so we can get this in front of people, or just the link from yesterday?
Sure, you can do the link from yesterday. I can do a new one right now, actually. Hang on a second.
Yeah, do a new one, man. We'll get that one rolling.
Get shareable link, Twitter. We are live. There we go. Just go over to my Twitter thinging handle thing site area.
Shared.
Just do that. Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames and messieurs, welcome to a new Friend or Fed episode. We are joined by the most amount of people we've had on the show yet. I'm excited. As I was saying before to the boys, before we started recording, I have a slight, sort of a feeling of almost trepidation about this one. But I think it'll be a good conversation no matter what. This week, we are joined by Justin Hillbilly Campbell. He's a proprietor of the Fact Checked Media Productions, a creator and co-host of the Morning After Show, and a host of Fact Check This. Uh-oh, who's got an echo?
That was me. Sorry. I'm trying to get the YouTube link.
Okay. We got Carlos Chingazos and Fire Abelar. He's a host of the Los Libertinos podcast and entrepreneur from the west side of San Antonio, and a part owner of the Palemo Verde CBD company. And then we have LB, the man who put the post in post-libertarianism. He's a writer. He's a writer and philosopher and creator of the BeenAwake.com site. You're on Substack as well still, yeah?
Yeah, that's that. BeenAwake.com takes you to the Substack. So right. I just came up with an idea and bought the domain.
And then we also have Jonathan Hemingway. He's a Renaissance man. He was a former coach, youth basketball coach, and travel baseball journalist, media creator.
Basketball.
Yep. Did I say basketball? Did I say baseball or basketball?
Baseball. But it's basketball.
Okay, you know what?
That's okay.
You know what, Jonathan? I misspelled your name on purpose now. That's what I'm going to do. Just keep correcting me and see how this goes. Okay.
Yeah, let's see. Jason.
We'll do a Jonathan episode next.
Friend or Fed. Wouldn't be the first time.
He's into sports. Okay, that's what Jonathan does. He used to be into sports. Now he's a cut flower farmer.
I'm trying to give it up. I'm trying to get into agriculture now. Yeah.
I was going to say nice things about you, but now go fuck yourself. That's okay. But we also have Mark Aaron, my valiant co-host and brother from another mother.
That's all I need.
There you go. And of course, myself, your humble moderator, host, man who's probably going to fuck up your spelling your name, or call you Luis, or get the date wrong on the episode. That's what I do. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming on the show. This week we're going to be talking about Dave Smith, and trying to ask the question: is Dave Smith a friend or a Fed? Just some definitions, and I'll cast it over to you guys. And for the definition, for the purpose of the show, a friend is a creator, intellectual, commentator, online personality, let's say, who's expressing ideas that challenge the status quo, narratives or ideologies, and encourage a general sense of personal or cultural liberty and dignity. And a Fed, in the terms of the context, is doing the work for the Fed for them. We're not actually accusing anyone of being on the payroll. We're saying that if your views expressed are corralling people into more of a federal, into a more usefulness for the Fed, whether it be through gatekeeping, doing their thinking for them, or by creating a political enemy so that they can be targeted and destroyed. And that's the parameters of the show. And then we'll see how we'll do our votes at the end and see how Dave Smith fares. Gentlemen, we'll go around. I think we can start off with just talking about, in general, we'll do the friend stuff first. Maybe you can go around and say what Dave Smith means to you, and do all do all the loving, friendly stuff first, and then we can get into the more darker shit. Anyone who wants to go first, but we can go Justin and go around.
Well, right off the bat, Dave Smith left a bad taste in my mouth. I met him at the Pennsylvania Libertarian Party convention last year, and after all the speeches and stuff, he and David Feit and my wife all wandered off to go smoke cigarettes and left me to talk to Scott Horton for 20 minutes with no filter. So right off the bat, I had a negative impression of Dave just because of that. Stole my wife, left me with Scott Horton. It was a little off-putting.
This is supposed to be the friends section.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
That's as friendly as he's going to get with this one. It's all downhill after that.
So, having met him in person and heard him speak in person and all that, like, he says all the right stuff, and he definitely has a way of firing up a crowd. Like that group was borderline on their toes when he was talking about, and we're coming out of, this was April of 2021, so we're coming out of a year of COVID craziness, and also the Pennsylvania Libertarian Party convention was a shit show of all the Cathedral Caucus and the Prags just doing everything they could to try to keep the Mises Caucus from taking over the state and everything else. So he had a fiery speech. He hit on all the right things that you want to hear. He definitely has a way with the crowd, and he knows his audience, and he knows what to say. So he definitely says all the right things. And he's very personable. He's incredibly nice to everybody. Like, he doesn't have that standoffish, pseudo celebrity type of a personality. Like, he is incredibly friendly and personable to everybody. So, to be that way with his status in the community, I think it is very genuine, and I think he is a good dude for sure.
Jonathan.
So I got introduced to libertarianism and the Libertarian Party pretty specifically because of Part of the Problem. 2020 completely wrecked my basketball business. So at the beginning of 2021, I took a courier job, and I was driving my pickup truck 8, 10, 12 hours a day. And I found Part of the Problem, and I started listening, to him, Tom Woods, all of those guys, and got introduced to the ideas of libertarianism. And I started hearing about this Mises Caucus, and I had a very short-lived entrance into the LP, joined the LP, primarily because of the message. We hear a lot about Dave and the other Mises Caucus people talking about, we've got to spread this message. And I was one of those guys that they brought in just simply by listening to the message. And I would concur with Justin. I mean, I don't know Dave, but he does seem to be a very genuine guy. Everything that he says, on his podcasts, YouTubes, and all of that seems to be from the heart. So I don't think that there's anything fake or shallow, when it comes to, what Dave is, trying to, you want to say, preach or evangelize or whatever it is. I genuinely think that he believes in the message that he's putting out there.
Carlos.
Yeah, man. I think the Vato straight up. I thought I never really heard a lot of his show. I might have seen some episodes, but I just never. I was into other stuff, and I like the fact that he puts himself out there, while others, maybe even us today, might throw a little bit of that shade on him. I like that attitude, I mean, I like that type of vibe. So, if anything, he's also showing others how to throw chingazos, right? Even if you check out his show and if it's about messaging, the way that he kind of talks about liberty and all of the issues, it's very clean, very precise, and you can almost, when you hear him talk, put yourself in a in a conversation you can be having with someone else and using some of the way that he kind of talks about stuff. So on that front, I definitely think that he's a friend on that end, because I think when there's people like that, they become pace setters for other people, and even though like he's putting himself out there, whether it's like on Fox or other TV stations, or he goes national for the LP presidential candidate stuff, other people can then at their own level, at their own scale, maybe run for office here and there, and they might just feel confidence off of what he's doing. So I think for that front, I think that he's doing a good job on that front.
LB.
So I think as an entertainer, as a broadcaster, as a communicator, as a debater, he is somebody worth emulating. I think even if you look cross ideologically, he's got a certain style, and the fusion of comedic timing with legitimate insights, right? If anybody else here is a fan of comedians, you kind of know most of them are dumber than a box of rocks, which makes it a little difficult to listen to most comedians' podcasts when they start talking about anything of substance. Whatever, that's my own thing. But I think so. I admire Dave a lot, and I think in that I'm going to take a position in this roundtable. I think he is. I'm going to land more on the friend side, if for no other reason than I want a career in this. But in actuality, but in all sincerity, the analogy that I'm going to use is King Theoden of Rohan, and in the Lord of the Rings, where I think you have somebody who could be a good leader for however else you want to maybe put it, or what, leaving aside the question of a specific political run that I would disagree with. I think you have somebody who otherwise could be a good leader, given that he doesn't, he kind of fell into it, but he has the talent, but perhaps he's been listening to the wrong advisors. And so the question then is who Wormtongue is. But we'll maybe suss that out as the conversation continues.
And Mark.
I would sort of jump off what LB said. First off, I just want to throw this out there. Speaking of comedians, Bill Burr is a bitch.
All right.
Just gonna put that out there. I was having a discussion last night, and someone said he went on Rogan and called people that don't wear their masks outside assholes. I said, okay, I'm done with this guy. But yeah.
Sounds like a total bitch.
Jim Brewer, however, bringing the fucking
champion.
fire. Just genius.
He just released a new comedy special on his channel Friday night, I think at midnight. So I stayed up too late watching it. But yeah, definitely worth checking out Jim Brewer's new special. Somebody had to say.
Wait a minute, I've got to stop you. I'm sorry, Mark. You said that Bill Burr went on Rogan's podcast and called people that don't wear a mask outside a bitch.
No, he called them assholes.
He called them assholes. Okay. Was he wearing a mask as he was talking to Rogan?
No.
Okay.
You get tested before you go on Rogan.
Yeah.
I mean, does that matter? Like, to these people?
I don't know.
To somebody trapped in that ideology that would say something like that is because that's the way. We'll get into this on the Fed side as it relates to Dave with comedians, so I'll hold off on my thoughts there.
I got you. Sorry, Mark.
No problem. I think Bill Burr's got his head up Disney's ass, and he's towing the line. But with Dave, I mean, obviously there's discussion about, is running for office an important thing, and as someone who sort of follows the you got to start with yourself and then your family and then your community line. There's definitely an argument about whether that's a fruitful endeavor or not, but whatever value there is in having a spokesperson, I think that Dave he's the guy you want on your team. I kind of see him as our Obama in a sense. Messaging is really important, and someone who can get out there and actually put together what can sometimes be an overwhelming concept. The idea of liberty, I think we've had for a long time, there's been a lack of people who've been able to communicate what the message is, and when it comes to that, I think Dave is invaluable for what he brings to the table. And with this potential presidential run, whether actually winning is something that's the goal or not, it's gonna have being able to have someone who could be on a stage speaking to a lot of people and has the ability to put together a concise and clear message. I think Dave's the guy, and whatever's going to come from that, again, I don't really see the downside in having somebody out there preaching the gospel, as it were, for my blasphemy.
So normally I would have, up until really recently, a few things actually happened. When I remember when I heard Cyprian and Matt Erickson talk on Clint's show,
Which
and brought
was
up
1 year ago.
Was it 1 year ago today?
Like
Or
over the last couple
roughly?
days, because today is 1 year since I published my "Don't Be
That's
Poor"
fantastic.
article covering it.
That's fantastic. That's a very incidental timing, but God works in mysterious ways. So when I heard that podcast, because I was listening to Dave Smith and Michael Malice pretty regularly. I've never been a libertarian or an anarchist. I've very early on when I first started this podcast about 6 years ago, when it was the same name but very different contact. I remember
more
doing
singing.
open letter. Yes, it was actually way more singing. But I did a open forum about based an open forum for ANCAPs, basically saying, what you have a communist problem in all of this. Like there's a deep problem in libertarianism and anarchism that it leads to communism. Like this, to me, was very, very obvious. But I always said, look, I'm a relative independent politically. This is before I got into sort of anti-liberalism. So I said I caucus with the anarchists and libertarians only because I think at least the spirit is right. Like you're asking the right questions. You're looking at you're looking at outside of this box in this binary, and you're saying, okay, what principles, virtues, morals, etc. can we aspire to a little bit? So I always thought Dave and Michael were at least asking the right questions. So yeah, and I think Dave, to go yes and but to everything everyone said so far, is that yeah, I think Dave is remarkably talented in terms of being able to speak to people. I think his podcast is way better than his comedy. That's a personal thing, though. I mean, I'm not throwing shade. I'm just saying that it's just I think his podcast is the best thing that Dave's doing in terms of getting the message out. The problem, and I'll start to pivot a little bit into sort of like that, partial criticism now, is that the message isn't enough. And now that I've gotten into Girard and mimetic modeling so much, I'm looking at Dave as saying like, okay, well, if Dave's going to be a model, and Dave's setting himself up as the libertarian model, then that opens up a whole host of new problems. It's not enough just to be a spokesperson for libertarianism in general. It's like you're setting yourself up as, and we'll get to this quote, and LB's, you're involved in this one, so it's apropos. I didn't know this when I was trying to find the quote. I didn't know you're attached to it. But when Dave comes out and says something like, "I am the LP," that then sends off a lot of alarm bells in my head. And it sort of makes me remember the Matt and Cyprian conversation about this when they brought up predatory energy. Maybe that was too far in terms of how it was received, but the spirit of that is very valid. Where it's like, now you're not just being a comedian podcaster talking about libertarianism. Now you're a model for libertarianism, and you're not throwing any shade on that. Like that's what you're directly saying, and that then creates a whole bunch of Dave Smith clones. and people are going to look to you for how to think and how to do things in this space, which when you start talking about politically gets very, very dangerous, because you're not talking just about like, hey, we're part of this sort of fringe little group over here just talking about theory. No, your whole purpose, your whole stated purpose of, especially when you marry anarchism and libertarianism together, is the non-state. Like the end result of all this is to live in a non-state. So you're basically saying, I'm going to be the enemy of the state. Like that's, I don't know how else to frame that. Is like, that's a worrying proposition for a lot of people who don't know what they're getting into. Anyways, I'll kick that back to the group. Anyone who wants to chime in, we can start our deviation from there. So what we've covered so far is anyone who's coming in this halfway. We all think Dave Smith's great, right? Lovely guy, nothing against him. Wonderful. He's a mensch on the bench, the whole thing, right? Love Dave Smith. But there's problems here, and there's problems that I think feed into a more federal message, and are going to get a lot of people potentially hurt.
Well, I would say that the way that he, when I've seen him on some debates or on TV, I'd like to think of it like he triangulates the message, right? Where he kind of like puts the left, right, conventional way or Democrat, Republican kind of spectrum, and he puts them on defense. And no, man, I don't know. I mean, if there's clones and if they get like, I don't know. I like what he's doing. Like, I have no, like, so, my thing has been that if he could get on the debate stage, right, with the Republican and Democrat, that's it. That's victory already. Like, that's, so you don't really have to have these goals of like I'm not thinking that he's going to run as like, I'm anti-state. Like, I would think that he's going to be strategic and say, hey, I'm for a balanced budget state, or different things like that. Like, I don't think he's going to, even though we know what he believes in, strategically, I think he would play the game a little bit differently. And also, I also think that he'd probably play the game to try to, with the Mises Caucus too, is like, it's kind of like trying to revive the lineage of the Ron Paul on debates, which was always a lot of fun. We all fucking partied, had a good time. So there's like some of that behind that vibe. And I don't think of it that complex like you guys. You guys are too smart for me. I just want to have a party where Dave Smith's on the debate stage, and we just fucking hang out and watch them throw chingazos to all these people and make them look silly. And then, even though it might be a Fed, it benefits the Fed in the way that you guys say sometimes, or like mad or different. I don't give a fuck. I just want to watch that shit and just go and just people the next day be like, man, that Vato was talking some sense. Yeah, we'll vote for him. Nah, they'll probably go back to their corner, right? Vote Republican, vote. But the conversation just changes the next day, right? Where people are like, who the fuck was that comedian guy just talking some shit up there? That's all. That for me is a victory, and I'm hoping that plays out on that front. So I mean, I guess I'm gonna be the simpleton here on this panel here, but I really am just looking at it like in that way. I don't, like. Oh, if,
well, I think.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Sorry, man.
I would say I think what you hit on very well is the spectacle of presidential politics, which is a key ritual in in what I refer to as the cult of American democracy. Are these presidential debates? And in fact, that's what most of us want. Is we want that Ron Paul Giuliani moment where we can enjoy the spectacle of rhetorical victory. And I think there's some.
Sorry, just cut it for a second. I mean, Dave has already come out and said this in a Reason interview with Reason TV or whatever, where he's like, I just want to create cool moments. Like if he ends up running, we're just sorry, I'll kick this back to you, but we're now talking under the assumption that Dave Smith will be the Libertarian Party nominee to go to the federal election. He said he doesn't want to. He says
he's been signaling that he doesn't want that.
Right. He's saying he doesn't want to, and if anyone else who has the same kind of skills as he does, steps up and does it, he'll gladly let them do it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he basically said like he'll do it if he has to.
Whatever. So the conversation we're having now is kind of assuming that he's going to be the nominee. So I think we should clarify that, because I mean it's not he hasn't declared anything. So just for the purposes of being factual, blah 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 blah. Anyway, sorry, let me go.
Well, right. So I think you pointed the spectacle, and I think that's the thing that people want, and therein begins my critique of the decisions that him and others have made, which is to say, great, let's get him on the Republican debate stage, because if it's just about messaging, that's precisely what a political primary is for. It's about establishing your unique messaging for something, and the fact that they're insisting upon this route where it's almost guaranteed that he will never get on a debate stage with any sort of prominent politician going the LP route. Again, therein lies. That's to me. That's Theoden. That's Wormtongue whispering in the ears and sending him the wrong direction.
I say, if I can cut in just for a second, for anybody who followed Gary Johnson, because for as wishy-washy and shallow of a candidate as Gary Johnson was, he garnered a huge amount of interest in the Libertarian Party in the 2016 election. Was it because the other two options were so bad, or was it because he was actually decent? Who knows? But all throughout the election season, with all of the different debates coming up, every time that he came close to breaking into a threshold that would put him on the debate stage, they changed the criteria, or they changed the way that they polled, or they changed the way that they looked at demographics for who got on the debate stage. Every single time he came just right to the edge of hitting that next threshold that would put him on the debate stage, they changed the way they looked at it. So the idea that a libertarian candidate is going to get on the debate stage is kind of laughable in and of itself. Like, is there a chance? Sure, but
They lost their case in court.
They
so it's
put
not going to happen in
Jorgensen.
2024.
They put Joe Jorgensen in as the last libertarian candidate, who's the most milquetoast cardboard cutout. Like, I guess I like sort of like a minor D Democrat kind of candidate, who's putting out all the same kind of leftist messaging, and she couldn't get on the debate stage. Like how much more? Well, yeah, I mean, how much more do you want to like declaw this cat? Like it's at some point you're just cutting off limbs. Like, okay, can we put some fur on this debate stage? Can they did this? Like,
well,
yeah,
if I can jump in, I mean, yeah, with someone like Jorgensen, I mean, there isn't even a discussion about whether they're a Fed or not. I mean, they are there to support the status quo, and I think with sort of throwing back to what you had touched on, Jason. I mean, there's always the inherent contradiction of a libertarian running for office. Like, okay,
or an anarchist specifically.
Right, exactly. But when it comes to the messaging, getting the message out there, and Dave has touched on this as well, we're reaching a point, I think, with technology, with media shifting away from the gatekeepers and into podcasts, YouTube streamers, stuff like this, where maybe even will be, episodes like this might be what pushes Dave to actually make the leap. But you can get on Rogan. Rogan's bigger than CNN. Like, do we need the debates? We're building a new media ecosphere, and I'm kind of the mind of like, fuck them. Let's stay where we're strong, which is on millions of other platforms, and sort of put the messaging there, and whether they let us into the big boy game or not, when the attention seems to be shifting more and more in our direction and away from the status quo of what was always used to get the messaging out there. Let's stay strong where we are, and even if we don't win or not, maybe we can, having someone out there with good messaging can just change the conversation enough to shift the culture a little bit in a better direction. What you talk about clones, I'd rather have a bunch of little Dave Smiths running around than a bunch of little AOCs, and so even if it's just minor stuff on the little cultural angle, if any at the place we're in, I mean, okay, Jason, you said it's dangerous, but life's dangerous. I mean, we all got locked in our homes for 2 years and had our businesses taken away, and you want to get involved in anything, you're taking a risk. So
let me jump in here, and I want to connect two ideas together that we've expressed. First off is that Dave has said that what is most important is messaging. It's not really political victory. It's not, obtaining any type of power. It's just, we got to get this message out there, which on one level I can really respect, because hearing what they have to say is important. It changed my life. But the problem with that is what you pointed out earlier, Jason, which is this mimetic desire, which is now you have hundreds, if not thousands, of other libertarians that are looking at Dave Smith and not just saying, okay, well, let's replicate what he's thinking, but now they are now coming down and saying, let's replicate what he's doing at state and local levels. For example, in Florida, where the LP is running a candidate that could potentially siphon votes away from DeSantis. Now that's a real problem in terms of liberty and personal dignity. As we've talked about. So this cascading effect of liberty, the LP is just all about messaging. You kind of run into the unintended consequences of, like, you're just going to end up with a bunch of drunk drivers, causing accidents all over the place, to be honest.
Yeah, because the LP is a horrible vehicle.
Yes.
Yeah. So to get a little Girardian around this, it's very important to understand which desires are being modeled and why. My personal, after looking at Dave a lot and considering this, I think Dave's number one desire is to be seen is about respectability. If you go back to Dave's a comedian, he's on Legion of Skanks. He's the most normie guy on the Legion of Skanks. He's a father of two, owns a house in New Jersey. Almost everything he does and all his presentations in his life is about respectability and being respected. That's a very different desire than power, and it's not we're not just comparing apples and oranges here. We're comparing like different planets, because when you start getting into desires about power, which is what politics is all about, then you have to be making sure that your messaging and your desires are pointed towards power. If your desire is for respectability, but yet a huge amount of your followers are actually really desiring power, they're going to use you as a conduit to get to power, and they're going to start turning you towards that. So LB, that is the worm tongue, right? It's not an actual person necessarily. It might be. Fuck Scott Horton, but so I don't know. I just want to throw that out there. It gets a little spicy. Scott, I have nothing against you. If you're watching this, it's fine. It's good.
You've already been blocked. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. No. Clint already blocked. I don't know. Clint can just like unblock me to block me again. But
Can we do that one next?
Yeah, we can do that. Where was I at? So the desire for power needs to be channeled. And if you're not modeling power, which is not what Dave's about at all, I don't think, yet there is that thing to be answered. Because if you're diving into politics, that's the desire being channeled. And if you're not in line with that, then there's going to be certain incongruencies. And I'm going to start dropping some clips and stuff of that pretty soon.
But what I would say, well, my bad, Justin. Go ahead, man.
No, go.
Well, what I was gonna say is that maybe that's just the front, man. Do you guys, so we're all Ron. Well, I don't know if we're all Ron Paul, but you guys remember like when they would always ask him about, with his wife, where he would say like, well, if you, I just wanted to get some of this stuff out, so I put my name on the ballot, and she was like, well, if you put your name on the ballot or whatever, you can win, or something like that, right? I could definitely, that's the same vibe going on here. So his whole thing about playing like, oh, I don't really want to do all that stuff. It's just it could be just so, and it's cool. I mean, I get it. It's the game. The power can come as you build momentum. Okay. So the power comes if you start getting if you just focus on the messaging and then there's people that like it, you start getting some momentum. So I wouldn't just say that he's not for power. I think he understands that he has to get enough people behind the messaging to then kind of get on the front foot and show that he has some power behind him with some people. Of course, I'm saying that I know it's the LP and all that, but I'm saying like his vibe is that. So I wouldn't just say because he's saying, oh, it's just messaging, or I want to have it for some good. I want some good moments. Yeah, he's saying that on the surface, but there's definitely something behind that when he's saying that. I think, you know.
So to that point, with the thing being behind that, that would be the Libertarian Party, and as it is currently construed, the Mises Caucus. So when we're having this conversation, where do we separate Fed as in being utilized by someone for that intent? Like I wouldn't categorize or classify Dave Smith as a Fed, but I think he could be used to those ends. And from what we've seen over the last month or so since the Reno reset, there hasn't been a lot of that strong messaging or that like big pushback against some of these poor decisions that are really Lowberty. Like it kind of, it was a big moment, you know, and then it went right back to status quo for a lot of us on the outside looking in. So where do we start to draw the line of where is that Fed influence coming into play?
Well, I think the big question is this: is do words matter or don't they? Right? And I don't want to get into sort of parsing. This is actually probably a good time to do this. I don't want. Sorry, does anyone want to have anything else to say about that? Yeah, go ahead. Go. Do your things, and I'll do some screen share and some quotes, and we'll veer this into another direction. But
sure. I mean, with response to Justin's, I mean, yeah, it kind of seemed to fizzle out, I guess. But at least we haven't had any, you have to be anti-racist tweets for a month. So small victories. But yeah, I like the. What is definitely, I think it's really important what's happened with the Mises Caucus. I mean, the Mises Caucus is the only thing that sort of got me interested in the Libertarian Party at all in the U.S. because even like Gary Johnson, I mean, even Ron Paul ran as a Republican, right? Because it was basically a joke until it could become something that is like, I see Mises Caucus as the friend and Fed discussion. Whereas until last month, the Libertarian Party was just there to support the status quo. That they're up there to lose, and to maybe screw up the Republicans, like Jonathan was saying. Steal a couple of votes and take away things, but they were completely ineffective. And I think at least now, whether it's going to come to fruition or not, we've got some ball busters in there who are willing to be unpopular or take the chances that could be more popular than a Gary Johnson or her name escapes me now.
Joe.
Yeah, that's
exactly
the point, right?
Jason, I can respond briefly and then we can pivot.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because precisely the efficacy of the LP is something that I spent a lot of time looking at and ultimately culminated in my post-libertarian moment essay. So I'd encourage people to read that at postlibertarianmoment.com if you're unfamiliar. But to the point is, I don't think that the LP is I don't think the culture of the LP is going to change. And I think invariably you're going to see the LPMC look more like the LP because at the end of the day, and Michael Heist made this very clear in his recent interview he did on Kyle, whose last name I'm forgetting. But in the recent interview that he just did, he made it very clear that that the culture, quote unquote, I won't unpack that for time's sake, but the culture, quote unquote, is in many ways and in many respects more important to the people involved than actually winning political elections. To which I say, that's great, but stop pretending that you're a political party and stop pretending that you're going to change the political system, because you're actually moving people on a wrong path. Namely this: think of a room with 30 people. If 2 of those people have our ideas, they can start to affect real change. So if you're interested in politics and you're actually interested in changing people's minds, why are you joining the closed loop of libertarianism and not actually going forth to spread a message? because that's what's actually happened. People are talking as if they're the apostles going out after the death of Christ to spread a message, when in reality they're the ones hiding. They're the ones hiding after Christ has been crucified, right? After Ron Paul lost his presidential elections. It's basically become this closed loop because the culture has reached a certain threshold. But there's been this closed loop created where, oh, we don't need other people anymore. We need to bring them to us, right? This is always what people say. And I think that's completely incorrect. I think libertarianism per se, as a political ideology, is only something that's going to be attracted to multiple people. And in that, we have a winner-take-all system based on a Republican model, a little R Republican. You have to take into account that it's only going to be one of two parties that's going to win an election, given especially the way that those two parties have been able to build up, how you might say, given that they've been able to build up systems to prevent third party and to prevent entryism into their political process. And so therefore, if you want to be a social club that's going to affect change, join the political party or talk to the political party or the political candidates who are as closely aligned with you as you can manage. And we see it precisely going on with Florida. Precisely, we'll see this going on in other states where there are decent politicians who aren't doing the best thing, but are doing things better than the alternative, which is what most people care about as they get older. And you're going to see a Shane Hazel siphon votes away from the Republican governorship in Georgia. And you're going to see an LP candidate in Florida. I don't know if it's going to be this Hector guy or not, siphon votes away from Ron DeSantis. And that therein is where you become the Fed for the purposes of our conversation.
Well, and like you were talking about, like saying, that,
exactly.
They're about the they're trying to build their little club. Like I had brought that up specifically when talking about Hector's run for governor in Florida, because one of the big things that they talked about a bunch was constitutional carry and red flag laws. Like you can achieve infinitely more through lobbying groups and stuff like that to get change made on that front. And their argument was, but then the Republicans just take credit for it. It's like, do you want
Who
more
fucking cares?
liberty in your life, or do you want to get credit? And the immediate answer was that they wanted to get. I said, do you want to have more freedom and liberty in your state, or do you want to build your brand? And the immediate answer was build the brand. It's like then you are controlled opposition. You are the Fed.
Well, again, sorry.
Yeah,
John,
I'm sorry.
John,
One thing I just want to
to
jump in and I think that there's another way to kind of frame what is happening politically in America right now, which is I think we're truly seeing a populist. There's populist movements growing on both sides, both the left and the right. I would say libertarianism is kind of a grassroots populist movement. Even MAGA, even though it has Trump kind of as the figurehead at the top. I mean, there is a spirit that is truly populist, and there are populist movements on the left as well too. So let's look historically in this country. When did the populists ever achieve anything? And if you look at the election of 1896, there were all of these populist movements that were going in a million different directions. Farmers and kind of workers, rights, and eventually what had to happen is they all had to kind of come together behind a central figure, and that was William Jennings Bryan in 1896. So this idea that LB has painted very well for us which is this idea that the LP can just kind of be its own vessel that is sailing to no particular place politically or obtain any type of power, but just be a beacon of messaging. That is surely to fail when instead what the LP should be looking around for is other populist movements to kind of join up together and kind of unify, singularize the power. And this is something that really drove me out of the LP to begin with, which is I was looking around and I was saying, guys, our most natural allies are people that feel kind of marginalized as a result of 2020, which just happened to be Republican voters. And every time I said that, the people in leadership would just crinkle their nose and, call the MAGA people, ignorant or whatever, whatever type of pejorative that they wanted to call them. So, very quickly I realized this was not the place for me.
Carlos?
Well, listening to you guys talk, I kind of, I think I fall in the, like fuck Republicans and Democrats, kind of camp, fuck them, I get it. I know, like, oh, people would say like the idea of siphoning votes and all that. I don't buy into that too much. Like, if someone's not voting for you, well, they're not fucking voting for you. Okay, that's it. Do we really think that they're being very strategic about? When I vote Libertarian or Republican, or the most recent Democrat vote that I did was for Beto when he went against Ted Cruz, because fuck Ted Cruz. That's it. I voted for Beto. I don't have anything. It was just like, oh well, fuck. I don't like Ted Cruz. That's it. So I just voted for Beto. I don't got. That's it. But my vote didn't matter with the shit. It was just for like myself to. I know how the state is here and all that. I don't know, man. I guess I might be one of those guys that like that. If the Republican loses because, or if the narrative is, oh, we lost because there was these libertarians that ran, well then you know what? Be fucking better next time, and you won't lose. So that's it. That's my style. And if like, oh, something bad happens in your state because of like it was that close of an election. Well then fuck it, then let it come. But I'll be ready or whatever. But that's my style, man. Like no, man, I don't buy into that. Like if you don't want to, if that's the narrative coming out after you lose as a Republican, that the Libertarian took your votes, then you're a real fucking bitch. Like get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Well, hang on. You're setting up a very interesting setup for later on for when we do some clips. I want to get some stuff because I know some people are on timelines here. Carlos, how you doing for time? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Yeah. I had asked permission from the president, the wife.
Everyone else is okay for the next like 15, 20 minutes? Yeah.
Can I just make a comment?
Yeah. Give me 2 seconds. Carlos is making something. Yeah. So I don't know. Sorry, Mark. Go.
Sorry, Jay. Apologize.
Fucking derailed me, bro.
Yeah, I'm kind of on. I think there's a valid argument on both sides of what we're discussing now. The validity of the LP. I mean, if I go back, to what Carlos said, I don't like the Republicans or the Democrats. I'm old enough to remember, 2000, 2001, 2003 very well. And, I was the guy, I defaulted to assuming that I was, a Democrat supporter because I hated the Republicans, because they were the status quo. They were the ones in power. They were the ones who, and Dave has actually touched on this really well, that when they had when they had the culture, they took it and they blew it on bullshit wars and just turned everyone off so bad that it went completely the other way. And then we had the cultural shift went completely left. We had Obama come in and we saw the disaster that was. And then I, sort of defaulted to hating the Democrats. And so that's what attracted me to the LP, is they were kind of the alternative to both of those bullshit options. And they were the one that was kind of outside that back and forth paradigm. And so I was attracted to that. But I think LB is completely right in that if you want to affect change, cloistering yourself isn't the way to do it. And maybe we need like a Republican Party Mises Caucus if you want to actually get shit done.
Yeah, Andrew has one. I donate like $25 to it.
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah, there's things going on in the GOP, which is interesting. But look, my basic thing is, I don't believe that political parties really matter on the federal level, because you have the State Department. And if we believe, and this is going back to Yarvin, if we believe what even Obama's chief guys were talking about, is they called it the blob, whereas you can't get anything done or get anything around the State Department. Everything is like that is the seat of bureaucracy in the American government. I'm sure there's Canadian and Australian whatever equivalencies.
Well, yeah, Trump showed you what the deep state is capable of, and
that's it. So So when you're talking theory, all the theory sounds wonderful, right? The theory sounds great. This is what attracted me to Yarvin, actually, because Yarvin's like, no. What you need to do is have tanks in Harvard Yard. What you need to do is go in there and talk to to everyone in the State Department, everyone in the swamp, and dismiss them all. And what's not being said in that recommendation is like, you're giving them all, like, here's option A is you all take a retirement and you can go your way, or option B is we put you against this wall and put a bullet in your head. Which we're not talking about option B. We don't vocalize option B, but it's there.
But you just did, but it's there.
No, but I mean, Yarvin and the neo-reactionary crowd that I swim those waters, right? That, I mean, obviously some people talk about it, but that option is like, is the undersaid thing, because you're offering your retirement. It's like, you should take this retirement. Trust us. Take the retirement. Like, take it.
Or
And
there's a
if someone's
helicopter
like,
over there. You can go for a
yeah,
ride.
well,
Yeah.
exactly. Because do you want to take a ride? Because we're going to see DC from a very awkward angle for you.
Hey,
Um,
I'm
that
sorry,
has to
Jason.
be-
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No,
No, go ahead.
That has to be the implied threat behind that, which is what makes retirement even more interesting for people. Like, Yarvin brings up the whole dismantling of the SS. How you have people on the retirement funds up to this point.
Payroll still.
Yeah. Because they took it because they realized that you either take this or there's another place you can go. Like, this is the good option, right? And unless you're doing something like that, unless you're really saying something like that, then I think you're just pissing up a rope. You're spreading a message of simply saying, we're going to, yes, we can. Okay, great. We're going to change. Oh, awesome. Cool. And then you hit the State Department, and then you hit the level of the State Department. Whoever you get in power, you win congressional seats, you win some Senate seats. Hey, you get a few governors or so. Awesome, cool. We're making the change happen. There's a gold tide, right? And then it's like, then you hit the blob of the State Department and mechanisms within the government that, unless we're being honest, are not going to change no matter who the fuck, what ideology. It doesn't matter if you read, Humanity in the State and have it tattooed on your fucking forehead. They're not going to give a shit. It's not going to matter. The question is this, and this is what comes down to modeling. Are you modeling power, or are you modeling something else? Because the only thing that's going to shift this thing, Barack Obama, with everyone behind him, he won a fucking Nobel Peace Prize for being president, for being elected president. Like, he had the weight of the world behind him, and he couldn't fucking move the State Department at all. Like, that tells you something.
Did he want to though? Like, do you think it was?
I'm not
genuine?
I'm not gonna play mind reader. I'm just simply saying that I'm sure there was some things he wanted to get around. I mean, again, these are quotes from his aides who are like, "This is a blob. We can't get anything done. This is the bureaucracy. Like, to do anything. This is why
Something George W. Bush talked about too.
Really?
Yeah, this is why Biden whispered into his ear on a live mic when he was announcing Obamacare, like, it's a big fucking deal. It is, because you got something done. Anything done was like spectacular.
My new episode that's gonna come out this week. I interviewed the Bear County LP guy, J.R. Hasselhoff, and he's former intelligence officer. And we were talking about like the perpetual underdog that is the LP, and we were talking about if Dave Smith actually won, what would happen? How would that work out? With the deep state and all that. And then I had said, they did Trump dirty. How are they going to do him? And he said, oh, they'll be 10 times worse than that. So I said, okay, so are they going to kill him? And then this guy's a intelligence officer. He said, yeah, they probably will if he actually got into office like that. Mm-hmm. Man, that was that's some real shit. Like, I don't know what that means. And maybe he was just saying that, but I mean, he worked in the federal government, and he basically said that if someone like Dave Smith or someone like that actually, and I know it's all just talking shit because we all think that it can't happen, but when you never know. But what I'm saying is like, the deep state can definitely, or the cathedral and all of those fronts, they're not going to let anything happen unless it's to their benefit or to their narrative, so no, you're definitely going uphill for sure.
I wanted to make a point about I think we get confused a lot of times with these labels, and when you hear people that have libertarian principles, talk about the Republican Party, the natural assumption is like, well, you're a warmonger now, and I think there's a misunderstanding, and I would like to point out that notice what our enemy does, and the far left has infiltrated the Democratic National Party, because there are people on the far left that look at Hillary Clinton and call her, center right.
Mm-hmm.
And, so these, what have they done? They have been subversive within the DNC themselves to obtain power. Now, perhaps we're not talking about, the same tactics, explicitly of being subversive. I think what you're talking about, Jason, is, if anybody were able to actually obtain power, then you just exercise that power. But when you frame it as such, that you just look at these parties and they're nothing more than vessels, the ideology, comes and goes, and the ideas can change from, one presidency to the other. But I think what we're talking about here is taking, true libertarian values and inserting it into the Republican umbrella, and joining forces with other friendlies.
Anyone want to add to that?
I'll jump in quickly. I mean,
Go to the clip.
If in terms of getting things done, I think kind of like the Chinese model of war on all fronts. I really like practical things like the Free State Project, where they're like, listen, you want to do something, let's really break this down to actually voting with your feet, going somewhere, being around somewhere where people understand that the culture matters, and affecting change on that level. But then we can't just only do one thing. We can do many things at the same time, and I feel like you got to be a libertarian in your community, in your local office, in where you live, and in how you vote, even if it's in the the system that's established to not let us get anything done.
You're asking a lot from autists, man. Like, that's just
be broad.
All right, so LP, I'm gonna have you weigh in on this. So this, you had a comment that brought up to another comment. So Dave starts talking about the normalization of kids at drag shows is fucking disgusting. Kids should not be anywhere near sexually explicit activities. The fact that we can't all agree on that simple idea shows how far we have fallen as a society. Then LB, you commented, always thankful when Dave can stand up for the right thing against the might of the LP. And this is from June 6th. And he said, and then Dave's comments, I'm in no way standing up against the LP. I am the LP. It's a new day. Now, on the surface of it, I think there's a quote from Pete saying, yeah, this is the kind of authoritarian language that gets me going. Now, on the surface, I'm all for that shit. I'm a monarchist. I'm a neo-reactionary. I'm in the camp of like, fuck it, like, say your shit and get it done. Like, whether you're right or wrong, if history proves you're right or wrong, fuck history. You're living now, right? And you've got to make some distinctions now, and making moral claims or principled claims against anything that you see as deviant or destructive is, I almost want to say, it's never a bad thing. Obviously, there can be bad results, but in the time and space you're doing it, it can be at least galvanizing. Like, but again, we're going to get back to that comment. And I'm glad that who was it who supplied this quote for me, because I asked around for it, because I remember hearing him say this, and then I couldn't find the quote. and it made me feel like I was being like embarrassed in Bears universe. But that quote, I'm in no way standing up or against the LP. I am the LP. It's a new day. That right there is where I was like, uh-oh, this is a problem, right? Alarm bells started going off. And going back to what Matt Erickson and Cyprian talked about predator energy, is like, this is the thing that someone needs to tell Dave this is dangerous. Because this is modeling, right? Now, you're not just modeling your podcast and your brand and your, being a comedian, and a lot of guys like that whole idea of like, hey, I can make some money working from home and telling some jokes, right? That's one modeling over here. This, however, is a direct statement that to be libertarian is to be Dave Smith. In no unequivocal terms. He's made comments in the Reason article and in other places as well, saying that that libertarians, the Reno Reset was effectively libertarians taking over real libertarians taking over the Libertarian Party. And by making that distinction, that means that if you aren't down with the LPMC, you're not libertarian. And now this makes a further distinction, which is if you do not model Dave Smith, you're not libertarian. And I know people are going to say, well, that's not what he meant. It doesn't mean what he meant. It's the effect of it that I'm interested in. Because again, I'm all Girardian as fuck. And I look at this and go, this is direct. Now you're creating a mirror modeling situation where you're like, to be a libertarian, you must be like me. That is the direct modeling association. The desire to be libertarian is now directly mediated by Dave Smith. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah, can I push back on that, Jay? I mean,
yeah.
Is that necessarily a bad thing? I mean, isn't there a value to having a model, to having someone standing up as the standard?
Well, thank you for asking that, Mark. Because then, here's the problem. Here's the part of the problem, right? Is that I got to get my shit in there somewhere. Here's the problem: is that it's fine if you're putting up an ethic or mimicking Jesus is one thing, right? Because the great thing about Christianity is that no matter how much you mimic Jesus, what's baked into Christianity is that you're never going to be Jesus. Like they implicitly tell you, don't worry so much about trying to ever attaining Jesus. You're never going to do it. Right. You're just going to try to be as much like him as possible. That's the modeling. And they implicitly and explicitly tell you that don't worry too much about being that. Dave's not saying that, right? And now you're entering people into a political process that will get them identified as threats to the system. If they are successful, if Dave's not successful, it doesn't matter, right? If they just blow him off and they'll let him in debates and he's just on his YouTube screaming at the wall, it doesn't matter. None of this matters. If he is successful and he gets on the debate stage, or if he's making inroads and getting votes, and you already had with the former CIA chief mentioned libertarians as put libertarians as a domestic terrorist organization, like back in 2000, what was it, 2019, 2020, just when Biden was taking office. That's not a mistake. So they already know these people are on the radar, and you're getting people who are going to get fucked up. This is my thing about, I get it, right? We can all talk about these things, and these are good things to talk about, and they're good ways to introduce psychology and philosophy into a desire system within the GOP, which seems the most likely party. But it's very, very dangerous when you start making a distinction and saying, here's your big target, right? You can make us a scapegoat, and we're going to be your new domestic terrorism group trying to take control and destroy the American, destroy democracy, or whatever the fuck they're also going to talk about. I have a few clips to get to. Does anyone want to respond to that real quickly, and then we'll get to the clips?
Let's do the clips.
Okay. So,
I mean, I think he said everything he needed to say. The reality is, the point of that comment, as you pull up those clips, is, if you see my responses, is so are these other people, including the treasurer of the LNC, who the LPMC endorsed, who is entirely for mass pokes for children, entirely, does something with ESG, and moreover sees no problems with children at drag shows. Right. It's just the point of these are, so again, so we're not, we, maybe not everybody here, but certain quote unquote libertarians or post libertarians aren't good enough for the LPMC anymore. Right. I'm gonna hit on this point really briefly, that Michael Heiss just said that, well, the problem with the post libertarians is that they just never really understood that the state was evil, and then 2020 got the problem, which screw you, dude, screw you for saying that. You're a piece of shit. But fight me rhetorically. But
for real chingazos, dude. For real ones.
No, like you don't get to say, and that's the same thing. Like you pointed out, now LPMC is the only thing for libertarian. Again, screw you. Like you don't have whatever. I don't want to get too logged into that. But the point being you say you're the LP, so now you own all the mistakes, up to and including potentially disrupting a DeSantis election.
Right. So,
and again, at a mission level, you should just, it's not a matter of we can do a million things. No, you actually can't. There has to be a hierarchy, that you actually have to plan these things. And so if we're going to enter the political sphere, then you have to think properly. You don't get to think the way you think as a media person. I like doing media. That's what I want to do. I want to write, and I want to try and influence people with my ideas. I think Dave's really good at that. I don't think his advisors are very good as it relates to entering the political sphere. And I think they have the wrong vehicle, namely the LP. They have the wrong strategy, namely trying to bring people into the LP and draw people away from the major parties. Instead, you should be infiltrating, because you can use the structure that already exists to your advantage. That's Machiavellianism, by the way. Not creating a third runner in a two-man race,
and also being buffered, let's say moralistically by the party. For example, so now I have 3 clips. These are all provided by Caleb Brown from Life, Liberty, Praxis YouTube show and podcast. He was supposed to be on this show, but he got called into work. So these are 3 clips. Caleb had Matt Erickson and Andrew from Popular Liberty on his show. And when I was watching that show live, I was like, okay, this is actually what inspired me to put Dave on as the next subject, a friend of Fred. This is talking about abortions, and there's 3 clips. We'll get through all 3, and then we'll get people's reactions.
Outlawed in more places. But I do think the point you're making is something that's really important for people to realize, that it is, even if you're pro-life, and even if you think, that if you are pro-life, if you see abortion as murder, then sure, the cost benefit, like the benefit of saving babies' lives, is going to outweigh anything on the other side. But just be aware of the costs of this as well. And I think that this is, in many ways, kind of ironically, a huge victory to hand to the Democrats, because finally now they have an issue that they can make the midterms about. And it's not that, like much of a stretch to say, okay, the Supreme Court struck down Roe v. Wade. What we need now is Congress to write a law that protects, abortion rights across the country. And the only way we can do that is if the Democrats have control of the Congress. And
okay, let's get through the next 2, because these are all kind of clipped up independently, but they all kind of form a narrative.
From my perspective, I think that whether you're a pro-life or pro-choice libertarian, if you are a libertarian, that one of the major lessons over Roe v. Wade is like, look, you have an issue where there are, look, and I'm pro-life, and I've talked about this before. I'll get into it a little bit on the show today, but I understand the best of the pro-choice argument, I understand where, like, I genuinely believe there are good faith arguments on both sides of this issue. And I disagree with one side, but there is, to some degree, 2 libertarian principles that butt up against each other, right? Like, one is the idea of like having like dominion over your own body and self-ownership, and the government having no right to tell you what to do with your body. And the other one is the protection of innocent life. Those are kind of indirect conflict with a woman who wants to get an abortion. And okay, so you have libertarians on both sides of this issue.
Okay, let's stop that there. I think that's enough. Thoughts, reactions. I'll get to my closing arguments on that one.
I'll jump in here, and I will say that the moment in which I realized that I don't own myself is the moment in which I dropped the libertarian label for myself altogether. I understand what he's trying to do there by talking about self-ownership, and that's a kind of a first principles thing. And for me, like the entire libertarian framework just melts, it just evaporates the moment in which I realize I don't own myself, God owns me. I didn't create myself. God created me. And I actually came across this this quote from Karl Marx, in fact, that said, anyone who is created can never be free. And when you like examine what the left is trying to do is really in fact justify the creation of oneself. So I don't know this. I apologize. I'm kind of going out on a tangent here, not talking about Dave specifically, but that's my initial reaction.
So for me, the big problem that I have with this is that, and maybe y'all have had differing experiences, I have yet to have a good faith argument made from the pro-choice side of this. It doesn't exist. And the ones who perhaps they have the intention of a good faith argument are so ill-informed that there's no way you can assume that it's a good faith argument, especially when as soon as you provide the actual evidence that they are misinformed and that they are incorrect, then it becomes an attack. There are no good faith arguments on that side. And it kind of comes back around to so like Carlos was talking about earlier, fuck the Republicans and fuck the Democrats. And I feel that. Coming from Kentucky, where the Kentucky Republican Party is pretty squishy, and now living in Indiana, where the Indiana Republican Party is super squishy, because they have super majorities in both houses of state legislature, so they can do whatever they want, and they can be as squishy as they want because they never have a threat to their power. I get it, but when you look at what is the left coming with, what is the left using as their method of attack? Look at what's her name, Karlin Berinsky or whatever, that's actually supported by the Mises Caucus, who is actively calling for going out of your way to try to unseat Republicans in New Hampshire. Like, New Hampshire is free because of the people who they put in the right positions, and those aren't libertarians. They're mostly Republicans. The Republican Party of New Hampshire is the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire. So like when we're looking at the two sides, there is a very clear one is better than the other. It can't be a neither left nor right. They're both equally bad. They're not. And so that's where, like, when these arguments are being made, that's where it starts feeling fetty to me, is as soon as you align the two as being the same, you have thrown your own argument out the window, because there is very clearly a friend and foe distinction that has to be made. And politics is the place that it has to be made very quickly.
Let's keep in mind too, so I'll get this back to Carlos and Mark in a second, but let's keep this in mind that, again, we'll go back to where I started, where he has a tweet saying, I am the LP. And then when asked, and then considering the position about, let's say, abortion, he's saying that he's anti-abortion personally, but everyone should kind of make their own way. And again, in the Reason TV interview, he's like, I don't think that's really an issue for libertarians to talk about on the federal stage. It's like, well, it's going to be talked about. Like whether you think it's worthy or not, it doesn't matter. It's something that's going to be discussed. And by even pointing this out there, you're giving your rivals an entry point to go, oh, you don't want to talk about this? Great, that's all we're going to talk about now. That's exactly what we're going to talk about. And again, you can't call yourself the model for the Libertarian Party and then not have a strong messaging. You come out and say it, like, the Libertarian Party should be against abortion. If you are the LP and that's your decision, and that's your personal opinion, then that's what the LP should be against. And take the hits where you get it, or not, or say that they should be pro-abortion, and take the hits there.
Right. If it's going to be about messaging, then stand on a message.
Exactly. Anyone else? Mark, Carlos?
I had something and it left me.
So here's the reality, right? Is you can argue correctly that something like abortion has been a wedge issue that the cult of American democracy has used against a population to divide people. You can argue that 100%, and that's 100% accurate, and that argument comes from Lew Rockwell. That it doesn't say anything about the validity of the moral argument in and of itself. And when push comes to shove, this is again, and when push comes to shove, by the way, is when you enter the political frame. As a commentator, you're allowed to we're going to leave this open. As an academic, we're going to leave this open. But the point of politics, the point of winning elections to wield power under our democratic system, right? It looks different under other systems, but basically that's what politics is about, one way or the other, whether it's in your office, whether it's in your, or whether it's within the government. It's about how can you wield power. You have to be able to answer these sorts of moral questions. And so to the point is you don't get to take a halfway position, because the halfway position, if you understand that abortion is killing a life, the halfway position allows for it. Moreover, it's a question of where it exists within your hierarchy, or if you want to use a circle, what's at the center. And what we've seen precisely is that the other side, quote unquote, wants to laud the mass murder of children, right? It's not that you have the choice anymore. It's that you should be able to kill your child. Now, that's a very naturalistic and animalistic way of looking at existence. You don't get to build civilization if you start from that premise. So therefore, I would argue, to be brief about it, it's a decivilizing force the closer that moves to the center. And every time you say there's good faith arguments on both sides, there are good faith people, right? But most of those people they don't really know the arguments that they're making, because again, yeah, I'm pro-choice. I think you should have the choice of whether or not to engage in unprotected sex and, risk a pregnancy. I don't think it follows from that you necessarily get to terminate a pregnancy once it's begun. And just to wrap up, this is the direction that politics is heading. And I think what a lot of people realized after 2020, and certainly I did, is, okay, fine, this is political. So guess what? All my hemming and hawing for years of trying to come to the most rational conclusion and to try and be fair to both sides of an argument, where did that lead us? Well, it led us to a point where people are openly advocating for abortion.
The theory just got practical. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's not even...
I was just gonna say that I don't know. I mean, there's no space for the pro. It depends on the situation. Because right now you kind of
the Catechism of the Catholic Church allows for that.
Okay, well then, right? But then I'm down with that. Like, it just depends on the situation, because there's always going to be, so nobody's ever 100% on anything. You can claim it, but it just depends on the situation. So I would think that maybe there's some space for that, because like how you said, LB, that, yeah, it's been used as a wedge issue, and, it just divides people on purpose and to affect to support the two political parties in power. So, I'd like to think that it's I'm pro, I prefer life, but you don't fucking know how life can come at you, and it depends on the situation, right? So I'm not going to come out and say like, oh, so that's my style, but also I want to get past that debate and just kind of like set it aside that everybody's going to have different opinions, and that you can just respect each other's opinions. Of course, I know it gets this topic always gets heated, but I, living in San Antonio and the way that I party with, I'm the guy that leans right amongst all my family, my wife's family, everybody. They're all Democrat lefties, but they all respect me. Why? Because I can just respect their opinion, and then I can just give it to them in a middle of the ground way. Is there a way for that type of energy or that type of vibe to translate into victory in politics? I'd like to think so, but there's probably no proof of that or anything. So it's just in my head that I would like to see somebody like that, come to power, and that they're kind of in the middle of the ground, but in the middle of the road. But I know, it's probably not going to work out that way, because people like to pick their corner and stay in it and then fight that way.
Yeah,
The problem that you run into politically with that middle of the road, live and let live attitude and mentality, is that those end up being the squishy politicians. They're the Todd Youngs and the Liz Cheneys, and like they're the ones who clearly have no moral or principled basis. They go whichever way is most popular and whichever way they think is going to get them the most monetary support and hopefully keep them.
Okay, but Justin, hang on. Let me just jump in there. Let's just play the game of it. Let's just assume everyone is nominally moralistic in this, right? Like, not naming names. We can say like straw man politician or fictional politician A versus fictional politician B. In peacetime, centralism is fine, right? You can make overtures towards a rational center during peacetime. This is a time of war, both cultural, possibly civil, and definitely I think we're heading into a world war scenario. I think we're in the build up to that. Hopefully we don't get there, but I think we're in the build up to that. So to use messaging that is peacetime messaging during a time of war is not just silly or foolish, it's fucking suicide. You need to be able to actually, and this is not a, I hated the whole idea. Like, I remember some people saying in 2014 or something like that with me on Facebook saying, you got to pick a side. I'm like, well, fuck you. I'm not picking a side. I'm certainly not picking your side. How about that? But assholes. But
I'll pick the side that doesn't force me.
Right, exactly. But now I'm looking at it going, oh, actually, there's a truth to that, because you do have to pick a side now because they're forcing the sides. It's no longer a conversation about, this isn't a rational conversation. Let's use abortion as an example. One side is still simply saying that, okay, you can still have an abortion for rape, murder, for rape, incest, medical procedures, that kind of thing. Justin, you just did a show about this on Fact Check This, where you go through the whole all the legalese for all the states that are currently outlawing abortion, quote unquote, and that's simply not the case. There's still provisions being made that seem to be rational, reasonable, but what most people would agree is fine. And the other side is saying up until birth or up until after birth is acceptable. You can abort a child up until a few hours after birth if the mother goes, actually, you know what, I don't want to be a mother for psychological, medical psychological reasons. That's what you're dealing with. So there's no good. And again, to support what you're saying, Justin, is that I'm not saying that every pro-abortion person even knows that argument's out there, but because that argument's out there, and because it's a political, because there are states who are trying to move themselves towards that reality, you have to address it. You can't just go, well, there's good faith arguments on both sides. Like, yeah, but one side's okay with killing a baby. Like,
okay, can I jump in?
A baby. Yeah.
So let me jump in there. I think so. Messaging is important, and I think you can not be on either extreme, but also be steadfast, and also sort of throwing back to what Carlos was saying, like even though the Republicans are not they're not as extreme as the messaging the Democrats are sending about them. The Democrats are the ones framing the argument, and basically, we're seeing Republicans want to ban all abortion across the board, let the women die, we don't care. And then the Democrats want to kill 6 months olds. Can't libertarians be the listen, 14 weeks is reasonable. That's where we're planting our flag. That's the message we're going to promote. I mean, that's why I think these conversations are not just interesting.
But that is
But that's
but
not
that
what
is
the
the Republican
Libertarian Party
message.
is doing.
Yeah,
that's-
but
that's
maybe we
Republican
can,
message.
maybe we can, because I know Dave has even touched on the topic, but I know that they haven't decided what their policy is going to be
Well,
on
no,
it.
they
Maybe
removed-
they
But
could.
then you have to take a side, because as soon as you plant that flag that 15 weeks is the cutoff or whatever, 20 weeks, whatever. Once you've planted that flag, you
Mhm.
have firmly positioned yourself against the other side.
But
being-
isn't that
A
kind of
heartbeat
against
bill.
both?
A heartbeat bill is a pro-life piece of legislation. It's not a pro-choice piece of legislation
right.
because it's tilting to one side.
So as soon as you establish that there is a cutoff where it's unacceptable, you have now placed yourself against the left, and you have to dig your heels in and take that position. You can't be wishy-washy on that. You
Mhm.
can't be half in, 1 foot on this side and 1 foot on that side, because they have identified you as the enemy.
Right.
They do the friend-enemy distinction, and they do it very aggressively. And if you are not willing to play that game on those terms, then you are going to be run over.
I would say briefly that, in particular, abortion is something I rarely talk about. And certainly in Carlos, I think you bring up a great point of the difference between how you interact with your family members and people in your social circles versus how are we trying to structure society. And there are going to be incongruities within that. But again, to the point, you can both admit that you can both understand that this is an issue that's been used to divide people, but there's also a correct. But I think abortion in particular is one where there's clearly a correct answer at the center of it. At least, again, granting a moral world or a superarching moral law. But then but if you're not going to engage in that conversation, I'm happy to have that conversation, but that's a different conversation, right? We're already presupposing a lot of that as we enter the political realm. But just specifically the point, the LP isn't doing that. Their big victory was removing a pro-choice thing from the plank. And that's where, again, I say the vehicle should just be scrapped, abandoned. The LP should be disbanded heretofore. That would be that's what I think should happen to the LP. And people, and for reasons I don't want to stray the conversation away from. But I wanted to briefly point at something that is used in wartime, which is the different levels on which you operate in war, namely the tactical at the bottom, operational, and then the strategic level at the top. The tactical thing to do in your personal life might not be to say to your friend or family member, maybe even somebody who had an abortion because they were led to believe that it was a good thing to do, hey, you're a baby killer. That's not good tactics, right? That's not good tactics at all. But that question changes at the strategic level when we're trying to figure out what are the norms by which a culture and society are supposed to operate. And if we create a culture, a culture in which, sure, people they're going to be mistakes and things are going to happen, but in general, we are going to promote the idea that you don't get to kill your child. So you know what? Use contraceptives. That's a compromised position. But the pro-choice people, the pro-abortion argument, what they do is they conflate that in the minds of everyday person. So when you talk to a normie about this, when they hear that you're pro-life, they think that you're anti-contraceptive, because that's the way the debate has been structured. And they will completely ignore your valid arguments trying to distinguish between those two things. Again, I say this as somebody who spent a number of years in his personal life and on Facebook and all the other, trying to take that middle of the road approach on these sorts of topics. And basically you just get to the point where it's like, okay, well, because I've always known that what the right side is. So you're trying to limit abortion as much as possible. Well, okay, but you have to be willing to stand up and say that. And again, in politics, if you cede the ground to the other side in any stretch, in any way, shape, or form, well, now you've already turned off 50% of the country, and the other 50% of the country is only going to use you to serve the will that they wanted to serve anyway, which is, again, what effectively the Libertarian Party specifically has always accomplished, I would argue, historically.
Anyone else?
I grab the beer behind me.
There you Let me see. So yeah, so again, and I
Carlos
was gonna
inspired
do
me.
more.
Sorry.
Well, I've been drinking this entire night, motherfucker. Anyone who's watching, crack a beer.
Cheers, gentlemen.
Cheers, folks. Cheers for
Salud.
getting this far in.
This is coffee. It's 10 a.m. or
This is
11:39 a.m.
I've got water, whiskey, beer, and coffee.
Did you-
going there.
Did you just use like the
Hey, wait,
Simpsons
no,
comic book?
it's 12:30. We're good.
You use, I think, the Simpsons comic book nerd voice. Like, this is coffee. This is Himalayan coffee. It's homegrown. It's organic, and it comes from the mountainside, the east-facing mountainside.
Cafe Ustero. That's what I drink.
I think we're getting close to the wrap-up point on this. We'll get everyone's vote on it. I think, and again, when I was motivated when I was watching Caleb's show, especially when Dave was talking about his abortion stuff. I don't want to quote mine him too much because I think I don't want to spend a whole show just going, and then he said this, and then he said that, and then he said this. That's not the whole point of this show. It's starting to show that, look, when you take a position on anything, it's fine in one milieu. You can take a position on your blog or on your YouTube as much as you want, and it doesn't affect anything. When you're starting making calls for political power or for political action, and we've seen this with Young Turks. The Young Turks, of course, were the Cenk and Kyle Kalinske were behind the Justice Democrats. You got AOC and a bunch of those other people involved, and then look at what happened there. Like, these things have consequences. These actions have consequences, and your words matter, and they mean something. Again, I won't get too far into Geordian stuff, but when you you position yourself as a mediator or a model towards a desire, you got to be really, really careful and very clear about what the fuck you're modeling. And if you're modeling, again, what I think is what Dave wants, say, is to be Ron Paul. He's modeling Ron Paul, who's modeling the model libertarian, which doesn't exist except on paper somewhere, and that's the practical error of modeling that's come to the current situation where he's getting guys like Clint who's openly saying, "Hey, I want to be a martyr." It's like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you doing? Don't tell them that. Don't say those things out loud, because they will make you a martyr. And I don't think you understand the depths of that. This is, when we see what they do to political enemies out there, it's not just you get banned off Twitter. They'll take your whole life. Like, they'll make you, Lauren, talk to Lauren Southern and some of that, who will tell you very clearly about what they do to the dissidents they want to make an example of. And again,
they won't just lock you up; they'll put you on suicide watch.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and do they have to lock you up if you can't open up a bank account?
Right.
Yep, exactly. This is a digital gulag system that they're going to start rolling out, and they are looking for examples. In my personal opinion, how I read the field, it's like, you don't want to volunteer to be the example for it. You might be anyways, but
because at the end of the day, you're not going to be a martyr. You're going to be lost in a pile of other names that just cease to be relevant.
Yeah, you're not going to be magnified. You're going to be minimized and just disappeared. No one's going to be holding up your standard.
Okay, folks, let's wrap it. We're already a half hour over time. Thank you for everyone for coming out and staying out. We can go on longer if anyone wants to keep on going, but let's, for the people at home, let's take a vote, or let's final comments, where you can decide whether Dave Smith is a friend or a Fed. Justin, we'll start with you and we'll go around.
It's no less of a complicated answer than what it was at the beginning. I'm going to lean towards friend, but if the influences that are surrounding him don't get better, or if he can't take a hard line, there is definitely some Fetty vibes that are floating around.
Jonathan?
I'm going to say friend. You make some very compelling arguments, Jason, in terms of his strategy. And the way that I look at it is I think that there's enough values that that we share in common with Dave. I think that in general, him and the LP are just they're misguided. They haven't read enough Burnham or Elite Theory to really understand what it is that they need to do with these ideas. But in general, he's a friend.
Carlos.
Yeah, no, he's definitely a homie. Yeah, he's going to be, I think, good for the whatever we consider the liberty movement. It'll grow, whether that means anything or not. I think it still will mean that some people will hear about libertarian ideas that would have not have if he probably didn't put himself out there. So, on that for that reason, he's a homie for liberty for sure.
LB.
Put simply, he is a friend who is listening to the wrong people. And the more he listens to the wrong people, the closer he will model a Fed approach.
Mark Aaron.
It's tough. I definitely. Yeah.
See.
Guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go middle of the road.
Let me just jump in here for a second. Because Mark, when we were talking about this, he's like, "I'm going to be like the only pro Dave guy on this whole panel." I'm like, no, you don't even know that. Like, I don't know how. I didn't poll people before this. I was like, "Hey, anyone want to talk about this?" And you just say, "Okay, fine."
Beer's kicking in.
Yeah, I the person I thought was going to be more on the Fed side would be LB, just based on.
Well, I think he's dangerously close to that. I really do. I mean, like, I think if we have this conversation in 6 months and he still goes with this, I am the LP, while excusing the behaviors of people like the LP, like people running for governor in the LP in Florida, excusing the behavior of people who are elected the treasurer, excusing the behavior of the LNC that's giving $30,000 to the state of Illinois so that they can hire people to go collect ballot signatures, which is just standard LP practice. Is the more you do that, the more you approach the Fed, because you've created a closed loop of libertarianism whereby there is no proselytizing going on. And you're not actually in the conversation. You're purposefully removing yourself from it.
Yeah, I mean,
so
Mark,
Mark,
I didn't get my piece, man.
Yeah, I'm throwing it back to you.
Go.
That's why I'm like all of a sudden if you're all like, oh, I don't know, I'm like, see, this is the whole point of the show. We're gonna move the needle a little bit in your own little head.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I would be firmly on one side, but I have to say I've been persuaded by LB's argument more than I thought I would be, and it's very similar to what we've had going on up here in Canada for the past 4 or 5 years with our system. We've got our conservatives and our liberals, which are our Republicans and Democrats, and then we've had a break off from the Conservative Party in Maxime Bernier and the People's Party that I was a founding member of many years ago, and there's been the exact same debate. What's the point of the People's Party if they're just going to siphon votes away from the Conservatives, who are the better of two evils? And I think there's an almost identical a 1-for-1 situation going on in the U.S. and are the libertarians a help or a hindrance to the strides that are being made with your DeSantian Republicans? And I'm still unconvinced either way. I like I said, my opinion has always been I support both. I like that the libertarians are out there maybe shifting the Republicans to the right, but I also understand the inherent threat that there is in not having a united front and doing something more meaningful. So yeah, I'm still stuck in the middle on both. I like the actions being taken on both fronts, but I think that there could be an advantage to uniting them. And it's a tough call. I would like the libertarians to plant their flag a little bit stronger. Say, listen, this is where we stand on abortion. This is where we stand on these things, and have a more codified vision. And
we're waiting for you to put your flag down, friend or Fed. I thought you got to stick one.
I'm definitely going to stick with friend, but there's work to be done, and I think conversations like this and healthy criticism, constructive criticism, is really important. And I just want to put a great thank you to all of you guys for jumping on this stream. I think this is the stuff that needs to happen, and Lord willing, everything will move in a positive direction.
So my balls are on the table. I'm saying Fed because because fuck y'all. That's basically it. I'm just a little contrarian at the end of the day. I mean, again, it circles back to what I've said before, and I don't want to overstate it, but understanding why. If anyone's listening to this and is interested in Girardian stuff, go check out Luke Burgess. His Substack is fantastic. He has an anti-mimetic Substack. He wrote this book called Wanting. It's really good. It's a really good way into Girardian ideas. And one of the ideas about this is like you can't escape desire, mimetic desire. It's baked into you. We model things as early as childhood. You see it with babies. Like it's a part of the human condition. The only thing you can do is kind of get behind it and understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. Like, why are you modeling? What are you modeling? And how is that going to affect people? You can do that as much. You can do that to a certain degree. So with Dave, it's like, I look at Dave and in terms of getting into political aspirations, if he stays at the level of podcaster, comedian, commentator, going on Rogan and talking about libertarian stuff and introducing the philosophy into things, which I think is valuable, right? I think anyone who and I mean, that's the friend thing, right? Getting an idea, getting a mind worm into people's heads and having that start to change your worldview even slightly, right? To start looking at things not in a binary, but in a greater overview is a friend move, right? That's almost the definition of friend in this context. The Fed issue is that as soon as you start going, okay, but we're going to attach those things to political power, and we're going to start doing, we're going to try to change the culture or change politics. Unless you have a desire that is set on power, you are literally, at best, you're just going to be pissing up a rope. At worst, you're going to get a lot of people fucking fucked up. And that's, I would say, a clear and present danger. And it's not. I'm not saying Dave wants to do that. I'm not saying he's a predator. Shout out to Matt Erickson and Cyprian, but I'm not going to go that far with it. But I understand the commentary on that energy is present, whether you agree with it or whether you are aware of it or not. And if you're not aware of it and you just let it go its merry way, it will bring a lot of people into your orbit who are going to start modeling you, who are going to start chasing this thing that you think that you're positioning as a worthy, valuable thing. And when that thing doesn't happen, when the power thing doesn't happen, it's going to be a massive letdown. Or if the power thing even gets within a cunt hair of realization, the system is going to target you as an enemy and then go after you and your family and your bank accounts, like what they did with the truckers. Like, like that's a real thing that exists in this world. And if the American system simply says you're a domestic terrorist and we're going to treat you like a domestic terrorist, well, sorry, sunshine, your life just got really fucked up, and all you thought you were doing was just spreading the message and being pro liberty. That's dangerous to me. And
Jason, you changed my vote. Yeah. You changed my vote now, man. I'm going for Fed because of that cunt hair. That cunt hair really took me over the top, man.
You got him. So, I mean, if I can sort of sum that up, Jason, if I'm understanding your perspective correctly, you're saying if you're going to engage in battle, like shit or get off the pot, basically, if you're going to go for it, go hard. Don't.
I love that Matt is sharing his views in the chat when he was invited to go on the stream. And I say, hey, Matt, anytime, man. It was an open invitation. You could have come on here and talked about it, but now you.
So maybe we should maybe we should take a step further next time and do someone like a Ron DeSantis, someone who is clearly put his flag in the ground and say, okay, is that the right direction? Because I think there's a great debate to be had there too, because there's valid criticisms there.
Let's read out Matt's opinion here on this.
Yeah, go for it, Jay.
Just give him a voice when when in the crowd. Matt's take is until Dave decides to start reading again with an open mind and question the people who are clearly pushing him for their own ends, he's playing the role of Fed, but he's a friend to me. Well, that's good.
I think that's a good restatement of my position as well.
Oh, and he's going to jump on until he's how nice of you, Matt. Just jump on willy nilly as you will, sir. Just
Let's do a Timcast private chat.
we can do it if you guys want to stick around for a bit longer. I don't know what everyone's timeline is. If Matt wants to come on, we want to keep on talking. We can. All I have to do is duck out for a cigarette. I'm good to go. What are you guys feeling?
I'm out.
Carlos, you're out?
Yeah. Peace out, man. Yeah, thanks for having me on, man. And we can do it again anytime. And any one of you guys are always welcome to my show, man. I'll throw an invite for sure.
Cheers.
Fantastic.
Please.
Anyone else?
See you.
Everyone else out?
I've
I
got
think
flooring to put down in my house, so my time's up here.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I think
Thank you,
let's
Jonathan.
schedule another one.
I'm pushing 20 straight hours of awake, and I go back to work
Jesus.
tonight, so I got to get a little bit of sleep.
Well, I got time.
LB, if you want to stick around, we can do that. Hey, Matt, if you want to come in, let me know. We can. Mark, what's your thing?
I can order another beer.
All right, let's do that.
I'll listen in. Is this going to be something public, or is this for?
No,
Yeah,
I
we're
was
gonna
joking.
keep going.
Oh, okay.
What's that?
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Justin.
See you, Justin. See you guys. I'm going to leave. Appreciate you.
brother.
Thanks again, Jason, for having me. And
My
I'll probably
pleasure.
put
Good to
my
meet you.
earphones-
Time.
Yeah. Good to meet you guys as well. Talk to you soon.
Cheers.
Hang on a second here. So Matt, if you're still there, you got an invite in your Twitter inbox. Do what you want to do with that. How do you feel about it? How do you feel about the stream, boys? I feel good about that.
Do you want to stop it so you have a hard break?
Just do what I'm doing and risk your marriage by smoking in the bedroom.
That was
Don't ask for forgiveness, not permission.
You know what? I'm not gonna break it. We'll this is just one long live stream. I can always edit it. I think this one I'll actually get around to actually cutting up a little bit and doing segments for the YouTube audience of that. So we'll just keep going.
yeah.
And I'll figure that out we'll figure that out over the course of the week. That was really good. I feel like that went as good, or if not better than I had originally hoped. Because
For how many people
going-
were on there, it was good.
yeah. I was a bit nervous about that because I hadn't never moderated that many people before, but also just in terms of like, all right, this could technically be a touchy kind of situation because you're playing with people's feelings here, and
Mhm.
I know. Well, we'll see what the comments are, and we'll see how people react to it.
Yeah, well,
But I think
given how many people, I was like trying to be very much more in like a cable news format, where it's like, okay, how can I was trying to economize my words a lot more than I do, otherwise.
Well,
For,
if you're just using us as practice for Fox News for your future Fox News kind of channel there, LB, we can be that there for you. We can be your sounding board.
Well, I despise the cable news format as a rule, but when you're on with 6 people, you got to be careful not to go on too long, because again, just make sure that you can make your point in a succinct way. I think that's like the difference between playing a solo or if you're just a single person on stage, or if you're part of like a symphony.
Mhm.
It's that kind of a thing. Or if you're in a band, or a chorus, you don't actually want to overpower everybody. You want to be able to contribute.
Yeah, I've been
To the
trying
whole.
really hard not to interrupt people.
It's really
You did very good.
It's a
You did
challenge.
you did very
Thank
well
you,
for
Jay.
yourself. I'm impressed for you.
I'm still cutting you off, but I've stuck to
Yeah,
only,
but you
only
cut me off.
Jason.
James, who is still in the chat, is asking me if I've ever thought about publishing on Rockfin. No, but you can subscribe to my Substack at beenawake.com, and if you want to throw me some dollars, that's very much appreciated. I was
James, if you want to jump on this as well, you're more than welcome. I can send you a link. James is from Blackbird. His
and
subject
in
is
that
Blackbird.
Well, and
Sorry,
if you
yeah.
want, it's in that we're vamping for a bit. I think I'll use this opportunity to talk a little bit more about my history which is like somebody who's been listening to libertarian thought for like a decade. And so I've never considered myself an ANCAP, but I've been in, yeah, I have a good OnlyFans. That's all my friends say. When I talk to my friends and they're like, oh yeah, this is Brian. He has an OnlyFans. And it's like, okay.
Do you want to see my Cuban sandwich?
A pan con pinga sin pan. That might get you booted. But seriously, like I've listened to all these people. I've learned so much for so many years, and broadly speaking, this is what Andrew and I have kind of been teasing out in our series on They Haven't Crowned Him, though, is like libertarianism still has a lot of the good legal prescriptions that you need. It's the vehicle of what LP. It's really the LP, like the introduction of the LP. Talk about friend or fed. There's the one we could do with a particular former chair of the party, and I think he's been the most effective recruiter. Said chair has been the most effective recruiter for the LP, and I think that's part of the mistake. Is you're diverting people who might have a marginal interest in politics to an endeavor that's ultimately fruitless. Namely, you're not going to win elections, or if you do, you're not going. Because again, speaking personally, like when I kind of was, I dove into the LP stuff for like 8 months until I was doing weekly meetings with the LPMC guys in Illinois, trying to build community, trying to build a sense of identity, talking about the strategies we could take. And what started to happen was the longer that went on and the more we integrated with the LP types, or the less likely those strategies became. And that strategy primarily being, we are going to forego the governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state runs. Like, we don't need to run people for these statewide positions, waste tens of thousands of dollars on them just so that they can lose. Let's take those tens of thousands of dollars, put them in a local race, and get somebody elected mayor or somebody elected to a school board. And when you bring that up to the inside of the LP, they react as though you're saying, well, in a Christian church, you might say, well, I think we should worship Baal. Right, because to the LP, running
Both
for
balls.
governor, running a governor is their highest calling. Running the president is the highest calling because they are mimicking the democratic process. And so invariably, what's continuing to happen here is they are just adopting the democratic process unto themselves.
Well,
Right.
This is what I was saying about modeling respectability rather than power.
Yes.
These are two very different desires being modeled, and one is fine for sort of sophistry in the movement. The other is actually what you're going to deal with. And if you cross those streams, you get a lot of people fucked up. Hello, Matt.
Yeah,
What's
man.
going on, guys?
Good, sir. How are you?
Good. I didn't mean to imply that I just assume I have an open invite. I didn't realize that you guys were doing this today, and I went to walk my dog and checked my Discord and saw someone had dropped a link in there, and I was like, oh, that's happening today. So I was listening as I was out there walking, and I was pondering. I was like, obviously shirtless as I am wont to be, and I'm out there walking in 100-degree Texas sun, and I was pondering.
This is actually Matt shirtless right now. He's actually he turned
orange.
Yeah, I burned quick. But yeah, no, I actually, as I was listening to, I probably caught the last 45 minutes or so, and I think you guys covered a lot of the thoughts that I had. I know you've mentioned this before in this series, Jason. The thing I've talked about you don't actually have to be on the Fed payroll to be a Fed. That being a Fed is kind of become like an archetype, and if anything, the Feds who are not on the Fed payroll are the most effective ones, because they're the ones that are. They're not just doing it for a paycheck. They're doing it because they actually believe that what they're doing is effective toward their own end. So they've become captured by like the native influences or incentives of the system. And they're now embodying an archetype that, like, they think they're the ones controlling the archetype, and the archetype is actually controlling them.
Well, it's like what Yarvin talked about, like about the the woman, the standard housewife who all of a sudden thought she was part of the French resistance during during the Trump era. Like, oh, I have meaning. I can do this thing. I'm part of resistance. Like, I'm making a difference, and all those things kind of follow. It's a very intoxicating drug, you know, and it gets a lot of people. Dave said this during the Reason interview, and I should have made more clips about that. I have a 2-year-old. Just my hand wave.
That's like a universal like.
I chose to sleep for an hour extra. Fuck y'all. I don't care. But during the Reason interview, Dave even brought up stuff like that. Near the end of it, he brings up energy. I think about, I want to say about 5 or 6 times. About the energy available at Reno and all the energy he's producing and all the energy and energy. And I think, Matt, you and I and LB specifically, that's to me is a massive dog whistle. It's like, okay, so you're generating energy for the system.
Mm-hmm.
And when you do that, what happens? Do you get change? Yes, we can. Or do you get, you might get change, but not the kind you want. Or do you get just more people being energized to do the will of the Fed, which is, we have an out group. We have now. Here's your scapegoat. Here's here's the unvaxxed. Here's the Trump. Oh, it's going to be libertarians for 2024. Fantastic. We don't care. Like, build up that energy. Be maybe one of you guys will spray paint something or show up with a hate symbol or push someone on the street, and that's all you need. Kick the dog until it bites and then shoot the dog. It's at this point it's so paint by the numbers. I'm surprised anyone's surprised by it.
Nearly by definition, I was thinking about this the other day, that nearly by definition, the existence of the phrase Libertarian Party, the fact that you can have an official party that's called a Libertarian Party, should by itself indicate to people that this is a dead-end movement, that this is a movement that's never going to actually subvert or overturn or revolutionize the system in any way. Because you're literally playing, you're literally embodying an assigned role, like a role that has been assigned to you. You are assigned the role of one of the minor parties. And so your job as a member or a character for one of the minor parties is to do what the minor parties do, which is to generate a whole bunch of fervor and energy, promising stuff that you'll never be able to fulfill, and channeling all of that into something that ultimately just sustains the system and keeps it going. The system doesn't survive without energetic opponents. It needs energetic opponents playing within, like you said, Jason, coloring within the lines of the system in order for it to sustain itself. The system exists as it's not an aggressive, proactive, masculine system. It's a passive, reactive, feminine system. So it waits for its opponents to act, and then it reacts to them, because then it's like, well, I had no choice. I had to crush you because you were the ones that were attacking, like the January 6th thing. You guys were attacking. We had no choice. We had to defend the Capitol.
Mm-hmm.
And all the, when you control the entire media apparatus, that's simple. All you have to do is just frame up the narrative, send it out to a handful of chosen talking heads, and the rest of it is the system carries itself from there on after. So this is part of the message of Yarvin's Clear Pill, that if you want the system, if you truly actually want this system to fall, if you want to move on to whatever comes next, if you're ready for that, then the one thing that you can't do is engage with the system on its own terms.
Precisely.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
Yarvin's got look at the Soviet Union, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You want to fall, just stop interacting with it altogether. Sorry, LB. But so the question that I always come up with is I agree with that, but is that the sort of like the Buddhist concept of right action? Like, what is the right action? Just disengage completely, or is there a correct way to engage?
I think if you want to take the political route, and this was the I sent Matt, I think I sent you the article where like before we had like DMs and we were communicating directly, I was kind of like responding and writing about some of the stuff that you were talking about on King Pilled. And like, it was like, well, have I made a horrible mistake? And like, I think to the point is what I've kind of come to is, yeah, politics is a dirty game. So get ready to be dirty. And I'm comfortable. Again, I prefer my spot as a media person. It's not like people haven't asked me to run for politics before. If I lived in a different part of the country, I probably would, to be completely honest. But because I feel like I can play that game and I can win that game.
Where are you, LB?
I'm outside of Chicago.
Okay. Yeah.
So like, well, and to be honest, like I'm
in Quebec, it's just as bad.
Yeah. And like, I've also spent my life moving around. So for me, my relationships are tied to like people and ideas, not necessarily to places. So like, but I'm kind of like an honest person. So like, there's a part of me that wouldn't even want to move to a place and then like run for office after being there for 6 months, let's say, because there's a lie there in my mind. The same way in which I think like when people go to different states to try and campaign for a senator, there's a bit of a lie there, right?
Yeah, carpetbagging.
Yeah, but to the point is, if you're going to engage in democratic politics, you got to be prepared to be dirty. And what we see time and time again with the LPMC messaging, and again, I'm somebody who I was one of the few people who bothered to pay national dues and state dues and then join the LP. And like I said, I was doing some minor stuff, and I still like a lot of the guys here in Illinois, and I'm happy to have met them. The community aspect is real, which I talk about in my essay. But what we have seen since what was the takeover, rebranded Reno Reset, is a shifting of the goalposts. And again, I'm going to point to the interview that Michael Heist just did, where they are shifting the goalposts from the idea of this is going to be an avenue for political change. And I'm sorry, I get upset about this because I know how politics can lead people astray, because I was led astray in my early 20s. From that we're going to engage in political change to, well, this is a culture and this is a community for people to hang out with. Fine. But stop calling yourself a political party.
As somebody who voted for Trudeau in 2014, and and in the very early days,
he talked a good game. I mean, Jason, we go back and look at the statements he was making, and I mean, obviously,
a Canadian,
he was completely full of shit.
As a Cuban, I had a natural reaction against Trudeau from the beginning.
You're like it's too much. The son of my enemy cannot be.
Resemblance.
But so what killed me? So I was a very single issue voter on that election. Well, in two terms. One, I thought that a child, he was born under the charter. And at that point, I used to believe that the charter, which is like our constitution in Canada, meant something. And, Stephen Harper, who was a previous prime minister, was kind of taking leniencies on the charter. At least that's what we all believed at the time. And I thought, well, okay, well, Trudeau's dad was the guy who formalized the charter. He's going to defend it. Like that was his whole thing. And he also made a promise about being that election was the last first past the post election. He was going to do electoral change, which I didn't have much hope for necessarily in and of itself. But I thought any change at all in politics is to get more voices in, to get a plurality in there, would actually maybe change something, like would begin a process. And the two things he did right after he got elected was basically tell the Canadians that actually, no one actually wants electoral reform, which was a lie. And then he did Bill C-16, which is augmenting the charter, and it was like, which again, if people don't know, that's the trans bill where they introducing pronouns and compelled speech into the charter, and it's like, oh, okay. So it was at that moment that I started to go post liberal. And started my whole where I am now. That was the beginning of it. So thanks, Justin. But it was a moment.
You're basically Jordan Peterson.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. What over the past 2 years? Because I was under the same misconception about Papa Trudeau. But during the lockdowns, there was a former premier from, I believe, New Brunswick, and his name escapes me now, but he was there during the discussion and debate over instituting the charter. And apparently Trudeau Sr. was the guy fighting it the whole time. It was really a move from the provinces, and it was the provinces that were pushing for it. And he left the negotiation table several times, put everything, jeopardized the whole thing, because he didn't want certain clauses in there, which were the ones that his son has trampled right over, moved ahead as if they didn't exist anyways. So yeah, I have no respect for either of them, and definitely not under any illusions that it was his father that give a shit at all about Canadians' rights or freedoms. The guy's been a terrible person from the 70s, and we're in a repeat of everything his dad did 30 years ago right now.
Well, it's funny how there's a pattern there, that you've got people who preach one message before the election, just called it an election, and then after the election, when they've attained the power that they were looking for, suddenly the message changes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's actually something different, and it's framed as, oh, this is what it was all along. So like LB pointed out with the LPMC, now it's no longer the Ron Paul revolution. It's no longer, we're trying to do whatever the Ron Paul revolution, which was get a bunch of libertarians elected, which was kind of like, okay, so then what was always my question. We're going to get libertarians elected all across the country. Okay, then what? What do you mean, then what? Okay, well, what are all these libertarians going to do? As if it's self-evident, as if the only problem with the country, with the political system, is just that the right people haven't been elected. And all we have to do is get the right people elected, and it fixes everything.
Well, and moreover,
Matt,
from a group of
haven't
people
you
who
heard
have
of-
claimed to be anti-democratic.
Right.
So and that's the part that's turned me off the most of anything, is kind of precisely this, is, it's the, I almost brought this up during the previous part of the conversation, but because it's always great to use people's own words against them, namely, and that's why I'm thrilled that I got Dave Smith to admit that he is the LP, because it works very well for my critiques. But the second one is, you're supposedly the most consistent motherfucker I know, right? Therefore, but you claim to be an anarchist, and yet you want to engage in democratic politics, right? I'm the guy who's never took a position on minarchy or anarchy, because from a skeptical perspective, they're kind of moot, because it's a matter of what do you do when you get there. And in reality, you can envision a future in which you have people who live a more quote unquote anarchist lifestyle with people who live a more quote unquote status lifestyle, because people have different preferences, right? So, and you would imagine you could use a city-state model for this, right? If you're not in a city-state, which which is a previous model for statehood that we've used in human history, if you will, you could live outside of the city-state, and you're effectively an anarchist, but you're not like the hermit, right? The hermit lives outside of the city-state, but he doesn't, and he might have a community, he might have commerce and all these things, but most people are probably going to live within the protection of a city-state.
Well, this underlines Nick Land's whole comment of no voice, full exit, right? The concept of that. Could you live in an area where, yes, you have no voice, no political voice, but you can leave it, with the assumption that there's other places to go, that we're not living in a homogeneous world order where all the messaging is worldwide, that you can actually go to someplace else and go, well, I don't like this here, I'm going to go over here, right? This calls into, and I think I've said this to you, Matt, and it's something that I've been struggling with and kind of developing in my own mindset, is that when you're looking at the future, in terms of, sometimes you get questioned like, what political system would you like to live under? And I don't have a real good answer for that. Oftentimes I default to Singapore. I'm like, well, I wouldn't personally necessarily thrive there, but that seems to be like actually a pretty optional, a pretty decent system in terms of, there's no rape, or very little rape, very little crime. Like if you go down the list of things that are social ills, like you don't have that in Singapore. Now you have no political voice, and in fact, if you step over a line, you'll get caned in the street okay, but
Just don't
but,
step
I
over the
mean,
line.
right, but I mean, at the same time, it's like, well, what do I value my daughter not getting raped? Well, yes. So, would you? The question, I guess, then gets posed to people is like, would you prefer to live in a world that might disenfranchise you, but will solve for these problems? And if these problems are, if you're actually going to put these problems into a hierarchy, well, how much do you actually believe in these problems? Because if you're going to say these are issues, then okay, well then adopt a system that solves these issues. Oh, that doesn't work for you? Well, then guess what, asshole? It's not about you. Like it's about these issues. Like you got to choose one. You can't have your cake and eat it too in the system, or I don't think you can. Like I think, you know, I think Yarvin's patchwork has problems, but I think the thing that it solves for is somebody saying you can have this system where you can have a mini little kingdom in, let's say, New York or Nebraska or Indiana that operates under this condition, and maybe you move there because you're like, this solves for my problems. I don't I didn't have these problems till I had a kid. Now I have a kid, I have these problems. I'm going to go move to the place that has that solves for them. Does that make
There's
sense?
an interesting question in there that if you had the choice between two separate political systems, one of them is, let me think about this. One of them is all voice, no exit. The other one is no voice, all exit. So in one of them, you can say whatever you want. You can express yourself to whatever degree you want, but you can't go anywhere. You're stuck there. The other one, you can't express yourself in any sense whatsoever. Your voice is completely meaningless, completely silenced, but you're free to leave and come and go as you please. Obviously, it's a hypothetical, and both of them are neither one is completely realistic, but it's very clear that what we're trending toward right now in the Western world is the all voice, no exit.
Or Canada, where you have no voice and no exit.
Right. That's because that's the next step. If you get to all voice, no exit, well, then it's very easy to eliminate your voice. And then you get no voice, no exit, which obviously would be the worst case scenario. And it's like libertarians want to live in this world that is all voice, all exit. And it's never going to exist. It can't exist. And the way that you could get the closest to that is to take absolute political control under the auspices of creating that. But then you can't be opposed to authoritarianism because you're going to have to use authoritarian means to create that. Mark, you asked a question a little bit ago, and I don't think anyone got around to directly answering it. You said, so what is the correct, what's the correct political action? What's the correct praxis? And Yarvin has his, imagine that you lived in whatever country he uses. He's like the Dominican Republic or something like that. Like, imagine that you lived there and you were like an expat who lived there. You wouldn't be really personally invested in the local political system. It would just be like, there's going to be elections and there's going to be, there's whatever local laws. You're just going to follow the laws so that you keep people off your back. And if you figure out some way to work around them, then you're going to work around them. But you're not going to have a heavy ideological investment in tweaking the system one way or the other. And I think that's a good starting point. That's kind of a good model. If you begin thinking that way for where you are, and then you adapt it as necessary based on your specific location. So there's not going to be like a one size fits all that for every single person, this is going to be the correct political praxis. In certain areas of the country, it may make sense to have a local libertarian movement and take power under a libertarian banner, just given the current state of the Democrat or Republican parties there. In other parts of the country, that's madness. In other parts of the country, it's pointless. It's never going to go anywhere. But the one thing that universally is never going to be useful, is never going to have any utility whatsoever, is a national movement of a third-party organization. There's never going to be any utility in it whatsoever, but it does create a great opportunity for like counter utility. It's a great opportunity for feds to take control of your movement and begin either getting individual members of your movement suckered in and taken down, or turning into the the vehicle that facilitates further action by the regime, because now you have another, it's the like becoming the new Proud Boys sort of thing, whether it's directly in the way the Proud Boys did or in some other manner. You now have a potential villain that can be propped up and that can justify other actions. Because I mean, that's how every regime advance works. They take the take like the ESG movement, the environment. I can't remember what it was. What it stands
Entirely
for.
compatible with a beltway, with a more beltway, reason, Cato-driven libertarian
yeah.
model.
Right.
Cass
The way- and the-
Sunstein. Cass Sunstein called his model libertarian paternalism.
Right. And the way that they institute these kinds of measures is they get a bunch of college kids. They literally hire a bunch of college kids to go out and protest and make a big scene, and they send their media apparatus down there to do the whole, like, you know, you've seen the pictures from the side where you have all the journalists that are all surrounding the burning trash can and they're all zoomed in on it. And like if you zoom out, then it's just like a normal day around. But then all the headlines are all of this city in flames with a burning trash can. All it takes is a handful of useful idiots and a willing media apparatus, which they have, and they create a narrative. And then you get the CEOs of major corporations and major bankers and everything all saying, oh, well, you know, these young people are very passionate about this thing and they've pressed us into action. We need to be responsive and progressive, and we need to acknowledge the wishes of the young people because they're going to be the next generation. We need to leave a good world for them, yada, yada, yada. And then they just push forward all of the agendas that they were going to in the first place. But instead of them initiating all of the agendas themselves at the World Economic Forum Davos level, they take this first very simple step of hiring a bunch of rubes to go activist for some new thing, and then they treat it as, oh, this is something we're doing in response to all of this activism. So if you're creating a political vehicle that has no clear agenda, that you don't fully control, that isn't in the mood for actually taking power and weaponizing it, then you're just setting yourself up to be one of these useful idiot organizations. And that has been what I've been seeing happening with the LPMC from the get-go.
I mean, look at Occupy Wall Street, right? Occupy Wall Street,
Perfect example.
Oftentimes is used as a focal point, as a node, and a lot of the narratives around Occupy Wall Street is like, that's when things change. It's like, yes, you're right, that's when things changed, but not in the ways you think it changed. That's when a whole bunch of people stood up and said, we are now usable energy. We can be coerced into using our energy for whatever aims you want because we're upset. We're not going to take it anymore. We're the 99%. Great. What the first thing they did, right? They started breaking that down into subgroups. And that's when you started seeing this whole community thing, which it had been in the zeitgeist, communication wise. You'd heard about the Black community and the gay community, but it had never been weaponized. It was never actionable political unit. Suddenly after Occupy, it did, because they took all those 99% and divided them down into 5% and 10% and whatever that, and the same energy, right? Same general energy, but dispersed. And now they're completely ineffective, and they can use whoever they want, whenever they want. And they can go, hey, look, it's Pride Month, it's Black History Month, it's Women's Month, it's Black Trans whatever month, right?
Let's say like Occupy Wall Street worked to mobilize the powers that be to get involved. You know, like, oh shit,
it became an empty vessel that the regime could populate for its own agenda. You've heard Tim Pool talk about this, that he was there at the ground level initially, and it was like a really diverse movement of young people and working class retirees, and it was a whole bunch of different people across the political spectrum. But eventually, most of the people had to go back to work, and the people who remained were the upper class, like college kids in mid-20s from Harlem.
Yeah, with leisure time.
Came down there and took it over, and that's how every single one of these movements is going to inevitably be taken over. If you don't have a really clear agenda that is actually weaponized or optimized to work toward the end you're actually trying to accomplish. If it's just some vague, like, we're just going to take things over. We're just going to get people elected. These sorts of vague goals are actually ultimately very counterproductive, because you've created a vehicle for Parnell's law of bureaucracy, which is that every bureaucratic organization will inevitably split into two groups of people: the people who exist for the mission of the organization and the people who exist for the organization itself. And inevitably, universally, the second group will always take control, the people who exist for the organization itself. And you can already see that happening with the LPMC.
So can I
LP.
just, so my question there, because it sounds like I'm hearing kind of two things. Like one seems like an argument for apathy, like don't, like the Yarvin approach, which is why I kind of place him firmly in the Fed category of like, yeah, don't bother, just stay out of everything, be the expat. I mean, Jason's talked about that, moving to Australia and just being kind of like, I can't even vote. I'm out.
It's glorious. It's fantastic. Everyone should do that.
Yeah,
by the way. It's so free.
But again, I'm still like, from what Matt's saying, I'm hearing both. One, stay out of it, don't do anything. The other thing, get involved and decide what the fuck you're doing and do that 100%.
I think, yeah, I think that both
there's
are
a contradiction there in which one,
Both are true, and it depends on the person. So for 80% of people, the first one is true. 80% of people need to check out and not be involved whatsoever, because they don't have the means, or the economic means, or the intellectual means, or the social connections, or whatever. They don't have the resources to be effective in a political organization, and they're ultimately wasting their own time and resources, as you've seen guys who are bankrupting themselves to go to Reno and then needing to have GoFundMes to pay their rent. Someone like that, yeah, they need to be completely apathetic about the political system. Yeah. You can have all the opinions you want, but you need to be able to economize in your own life. You have to recognize what you are and aren't capable of influencing. If you're just trying to have a social organization, like, what person would justify to themselves, hey, I'm gonna go bankrupt myself to go have a social weekend? I'm going to spend thousands of dollars to go to a social community organization this weekend, and then come back and ask people to pay my bills for me. There's people that'll do that, but those aren't
the people that should be leading.
Here's what's funny. Here's what's funny. My audio cut out for a second, and like I was just playing with my audio, and I came back on and I heard Matt talk. I'm like, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Well, it's funny because like I remember being in that sort of position where you don't have enough money, but you want to go to something. It's just that the thing that I chose to go to was a wedding for a cousin of mine that I loved very, very much. Like in 2014, it was right when my student loans started kicking in. I was making nothing compared to what I make now. And, and like I had this huge bill and I wasn't able to pay the bill, because I had spent this money on an Airbnb. But at least in that instant, and it caused like some friction within my family, because like, my grandfather, may he rest in peace, was the co-signer on my loan. But like I learned from that lesson. And so I hope the guy in question learns from that lesson as well and understands that everybody's been, but like, at least I can say I was able to go to that wedding that for somebody who I love dearly and share in their happiness. Does that make sense? Like it was maybe the wrong move, but it was for the right kind of cause. And this is honestly one of the reasons why I bothered to join the LPMC, was to stop people from doing things like that. Because I remember being 20 and joining the College Republicans, and it was during the 2012 election, right? Or yeah, it was like around 20 years old. And and what do you do? What's the actual? And this is the thing. When you get in at the ground level of politics, you're not earning any money, right? You're gaining a sense of fulfillment because you're participating in the process that you've been raised to believe is right and just. Mm-hmm. But what does that actually translate to? What that translates to is you sitting there making phone calls for some nonprofit or for some polling thing because they have to hit their numbers to keep fundraising, blah, blah, blah. Or you end up going out collecting signatures for somebody. Now and again, there's nothing wrong with that from if you understand that you're doing a volunteer effort. But then there's a level up from that. And if you're really, really interested in the political system, well, now you might try to actually get a paid position on a campaign where you could learn how to run people for office, and you can move up, and then maybe you in turn run for office eventually after you've worked on a couple campaigns successfully. That was the only path. That is still the only path that actually exists to where you can have some sort of competency in a field. What everybody's doing right now is pretending that they can play politician for their own ego's sake. And I say for their own ego's sake because I've talked about this closed loop of libertarianism. In my essay, I draw the distinction in this quote unquote liberty movement as between people who want to make political statements and people who want to take political power. And the people who want to make political statements are the LPMC types, and ultimately they're engaged in a masturbatory effect because they're trying to help other libertarians say libertarian things, versus somebody who's actually willing to take on the responsibility of political power to lead the entirety of the population. And that's a completely different mindset that you engage that situation with. And when you engage in that situation, again, if you're a manager of people, you understand this very well. That's why it's ironic when somebody like Michael Heiss talks about how, the quote unquote post-libertarians don't have any sense of what power is. It's, it's like, yeah, dude, I don't have a political party at my disposal, but I still have decisions that I have to make that affect people's livelihoods and the overall structure of the organization that I work for. But when you know that when you actually have to manage people and you actually have to, and leadership is the ability to affect change and to get people to do things, you learn that it's, and in sales you learn this as well, and in marketing you learn this as well. You actually have to work with people. You have to meet people where they're at. I don't get to have every single customer I want exactly the way I want it. Sometimes I got to deal with a piece of shit. Sometimes I got to deal with a cheap motherfucker. Sometimes I get to deal with a guy who's really, really cool, and I love those customers. But at the end of the day, if my business is selling a product, I have to figure out how to work with multiple people. And what basically the Libertarian Party specific message is, and why I think it should be disbanded, is you have to become like us. I think there's a broader case to be made as well of again, just that I think those of us that are like this, that are more interested in ideas, we have to work with people who aren't as interested in ideas, and those people are never going to find libertarianism.
I think that's a really good distinction to make, especially on a ground level. Excuse me. I come from a background of being a restaurant manager for most of my career.
Yeah.
In hospitality, and the distinction between owner and manager is not just a linguistic distinction. It's a massive distinction in both archetype and role. So as an owner, you always have the option, and I've had owners do this, of just simply saying, we're closing the business. That's it. It's done. Right. As a manager, you don't have that option. You have to operate under the assumption that this thing is going to continue on tomorrow and the next day and the next day into infinity. And your role is to facilitate the continuation of that business into infinity, and dealing with the minutia and someone's off sick today and scheduling and et cetera, and all the other things that come along with it. So what I think people don't understand, and again, this is why I bring it back, and I know maybe people are getting sick and tired of me talking about Girard, but one of the things about mimetic theory that I see as the overarching value of it isn't just so much of understanding the basics of it, but when you start to see it everywhere, you then start to understand what your role in it is. Like, what are you modeling? Are you modeling, or are you being modeled? Who are you modeling, and what are those effects? And what is your position in this? And if you get that confused, if you think you're an owner when you're a manager, you're fucked. Like, you're going to start making decisions that are going to get you GTFO'd out of the conversation, because the actual owner is going to come down and go, actually, yeah, that's cute and all that stuff, but you don't actually own this business. Like, what's common right now is there's I ran into this at Garrison House. Mark knows this place, where the owner was basically saying, like, you run it like you own it, but you don't own it. And when you run it like you own it, all of a sudden there's problems because the owner owns it, and they're going to have it's fine as long as they agree with everything you're doing, until they don't, and there is the distinction. So, and this, we can tie this into Burnham and the managerial revolution and all the rest of it, where it gets into a context where there are no leaders anymore. There are only managers of a system. And if you get deluded into thinking you're going to introduce leadership into a system that is only about management, that's not just an attack against the system. It's like you're talking Chinese all of a sudden. Like you're not talking a language that's common in the situation. You're actually assuming a role that you can't assume. Like you can't fulfill that role.
Well, one thing
there
you
is no
also
role for that.
see in restaurants, and I'm in manufacturing, so it's a very broad sets as well. And what's and the contrast here is the contrast to keep in mind for the audience is contrasting this with the tech world. Okay, is when you work in manufacturing and you work in restaurant industry, you're actually seeing the whole bell curve, if you will. You're actually witnessing the actual whole bell curve, not just the fraction of a bell curve that can be broken off into its own bell curve, but you are dealing with somebody down to the level of dishwasher, right? Where that you're talking about a very menial task. Now that person, it's nothing about the character of the person, but the type of person that's going to stay in that sort of role of dishwasher for a long period of time is completely different than somebody who's going to stay in the role of server for a long period of time, or bartender for a long period of time, or somebody who's going to work their way up to get to that management point. It's the same kind of thing in manufacturing because of the way, because of economies of scale and the assembly line and all this sort of thing. And so contrast that and contrast that with the tech world. So you're on an engineering team of 10 people. All those 10 people compared to the population at large are, we might use a word, exceptional in some way. Now, not to say that they're brilliant and they're the people who should be leading, but they are people of a certain set of skills. I love you, Carl. You're dealing, so you go and you're working on a team of, let's say, or you're working at a consulting firm. The people on you're working on a sales team. If all you do is a sales team and you're working with people who want to achieve at the highest level, right? Like that's a completely different environment than dealing with an environment where people are literally just there to collect a paycheck because they don't want to earn nothing and go on welfare or go on welfare.
So this is an interesting conversation, Matt. I'll let you jump in on this in a second because I feel like you have something to say about this, but. So let's make the distinction there, because if the new system, the Great Reset, is formatting the system for technocrats and, let's say, entrepreneurs, people who've run their own businesses and are the owners, for example, they're creating a system that is owner centric, where the actual functions of the system are managerial. So already you're creating a crisis of performative anxiety in that differential, where the functions of the system is managerial, but the influence or what they're trying to attract are entrepreneurs, and therein lies the conflict that I think is underpinning this whole, what we're seeing as a collapse technically, is because I think there is actually a civil war within the elites of differing opinions of what their role actually is, where you take, let's say, the Joe Bidens of the world, who are comfortable with the whole managerial aspect of it, meeting up with the Elon Musks or the whoever, right, who are like, no, we're not managing this, we're Bill Gates isn't managing shit, he's running it, right? He wants to run this thing. And therein lies the almost a civil war within the elites that I think we're being affected by. Again, I don't want to get into Tim Pool, civil war, blah 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 vagaries, but we're at war. This is war. Like, we're in a situation of war, whether it's world war or civil war or something. It's wartime mentalities that are being played out, and we're somewhere downstream of that, and trying to figure things and finding out how we're being affected by it. Does that make sense?
No, I think it makes complete sense. And Matt, I shared this with you last week, but like last weekend I was in Colorado and kind of like a little more remote, so there wasn't continuous cell service, and I was there for a wedding, so I was spending a lot of time with my extended family. And so, I wasn't I wasn't on my phone, and I certainly wasn't on Twitter. And it literally felt like I was on leave from a war zone. Right. And like, I think the psychological effect, I think you can have war by other means. It doesn't have to be kinetic. So I agree that we're in the midst of an information war, a war for control, blah, 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 whatever you want to say. But specifically to the point of what the social media does for you, and specifically political Twitter, is you feel like you're in the midst of the war all the time. And so, and that I think helps. I think the important thing is to remember then, if you're exposing yourself to that, can you handle it psychologically? And I don't think a lot of people can, nor do I think a lot of people should. Moreover, and this is going back to the point, as it relates to the managerial revolution and the idea of like over bureaucratized, again, look at and modeling Gerard memetics. What is the actual effect of the LPMC? Well, it's a bunch of people in support roles taking over the support system of a bad institution. That's effectively what it is. It's people taking over bureaucracy. It's bureaucrats taking over bureaucracy. Well, a bureaucracy is a danger unto itself if it doesn't have proper leadership, if it doesn't have moral leadership, moreover. And so that's that. Again, you see kind of these are the threads that Matt was pulling, that I decided, well, screw you, Matt, I'm going to try it out for myself, and screw you, Jason Stapleton, I'm still going to check it out for myself. But because I had to learn that lesson looking at it from the inside. And this isn't to fault. And again, this isn't to fault people. This is about, like, I'm fond of saying, like, it's more about the proper place, and it's more about recognizing your proper role in things. And like, and it's like, oh, well, who are you to say that? I'm nobody, dude. Like, I'm nobody. I get it. Nobody knows who I am. You will one day, and that's fine. But, like, nobody knows who I am right now. So I get that. Why would you bother listening to me? Doesn't mean I'm wrong. And it doesn't mean that these critiques are wrong.
Some of the core precepts of orthodoxy, as I've come to understand it, and when the chief, one of the things I struggle with in furthering my orthodox faith is acceptance
and obedience, right?
Well, not just obedience, but forgiveness and patience, forgiveness and patience, and acceptance. And Mark and I have talked about this. Mark has brought this up multiple times on the show, on our weekly show. Which is like, this is a fallen world. It's not your job to fix it. It's your job to accept it, and accept your role in it, and to do the best you can with whatever you have been given. And through obedience and through all these things, God may gift you through his grace greater opportunities or not, right? He might just deliver you upon you suffering, and suffering will be your pathway to him. But it's not up to you to question it, because it's all about acceptance. And the greater you accept it, the more you will be in line with the divine grace of God. Like, and not to get this whole conversation too biblical, but we can go there. But that's where the LPMC and a lot of these other movements, once you remove God from it, even the general hand waving towards
a general deference, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Once you remove that, then you're left with nothing. What are you going to accept? The machinations of man. Well, can you accept that? Can you accept the fallen nature of man? Like, so now we're left with, like, can you accept Joe Biden and all his fallen nature? Like, is that what you accept? Or do you try to accept your own place in a divine hierarchy? Like, that's to talk secularism even, right? Let's just say all this religious stuff is just all hokey pokey mental whizzle wazzles. Okay,
Mm.
fine. What if I gave you a system that said, look, if you follow this system, you feel better about yourself and the place in the world by using this system. And if you don't use the system, you feel horrible and anxiety ridden and nihilistic. Wouldn't you choose system A? Like as a psychological tool, as a game to play, like a self-help fucking book. Fine. Do that. Like
Yeah, well, that's
it's still better than the alternative, which is bring your kids to a trans fucking strip show because you think you're being progressive. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like,
Yeah.
Well,
we're
you're
not- we're not-
participating in the new civic religion.
well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What is that then?
Well, it's
then
an
give it a
it's an
name.
inversion of Christianity,
basically.
which
Yeah.
is what the social gospel movement accomplished, was inverting Christianity. Yeah. It's,
Yeah.
I mean, that's the simplest way of saying it.
That's why, I mean, for me, it's always interesting when you with topics like this. I don't know if it's just because I did too many drugs, but I get to the point where I sort of blow it out. I'm like, okay, what's even the point? And so I have to try and simplify things for myself, and I always go back to the lesson of I believe it's Joseph who was gifted the coat of many colors by his father and was sold into slavery, taken to Egypt, I believe. And the lesson in that story is that what Jason was saying, that I always say is this is a fallen world, and I think our job is to align how we see the world with how the world really is. And if you can get that, then you can also realize through the story like Jacob, where he centered himself on being true and being okay with the world being the way it is, and through that he became extremely influential and became one of the most powerful people in the kingdom.
Yeah.
And not through force or violence or any of these things, just through being correct.
Well, and the part that
in
I
the way
recall, and well, I'm sorry, but I
Go
was
ahead,
just
go
excited. But the part, it's specifically of doing the exact wrong thing, where he wouldn't bow to Pharaoh.
Right.
Right. It's precisely that, and you see that was always the message that resonated to me here in the stories of the Bible growing up, going to mass, was precisely that. It was the person who was willing. It's the person who is willing to stand up and be counted. You know, we talked about abortion before. It's like, no. At the end of the day, if it comes down to it, push comes to shove, I'm going to stand up and be counted as saying that this is wrong. Doesn't mean I have to win every argument with people in my personal life, but
be damned the political outcome from it.
Yeah.
That was the thing that motivated me, Matt, when you were talking with Caleb on his show. Sorry, LP, I'm just going to jump because it's my show. I'm going to do that.
How dare you?
God damn it. But that's what
What are there, Meshach and Abednego, and who are the guys who stood in the fire?
why are you talking?
But it happens
But
sometimes.
Dave was on my list for the Fed and Fred thing, and then I heard you on Caleb's show with Andrew. I was like, okay, well, no, we have to do it, because if you're going to start doing this whole thing, and again, it doesn't matter what your position on abortion is. I think all four of us have the same or similar positions on it. It's not about your position so much as if you're going to come out and say, I am the LP and I am anti-abortion, but then I'm going to play around going, well, why would we take a position on this? It's like, you can't do that, man. Like you gotta, if you're going to take a stand, take a stand. And this whole idea that you're going to play politics now of like, well, I've heard good arguments on both sides, but okay, if you've heard both arguments on both sides, but it hasn't moved your position, then are they both good arguments? Like, if you're the most consistent motherfucker and rational and you're reasonable and all these things, then that's killing your whole premise. So pick one, and it's okay to pick one. It's okay to say the LP is anti-abortion.
And it's not that the abortion position is the be all end all.
Exactly. No,
It's
It's a good example, though.
It's that, it's highlighting the underlying problem which is misaligned incentives and really, I would say a lack of willpower, because the LPMC route is the easy route. It's it doesn't require any creativity. It doesn't require any sort of risk taking. It doesn't require going out on a limb. It's very that was the so-called brilliance of it, is that it's the really obvious solution. Let's get all the base libertarians together to take over the LP. That's what suckered me in at the beginning. I was very closely involved with the LP at the very beginning. And I got jaded because I started realizing, what's the path to success here?
Mm-hmm.
The path is what's my life going to look like going forward, taking a leadership role in this organization? I'm going to have to be going around knocking on people's doors, trying to get people involved in the political system who are currently not involved in the political system. I'm going to have to go get people who have already checked out and try to get them to check back in to play this new, different game that supposedly is going to be better. I'm just like the people that I oppose. They all feel the same way. They all think, hey, I have the new updated version that I'm trying to get people involved in.
Well, and for the people who are already involved, you're asking them to change team loyalties.
Right.
Something
Which is exactly what they're doing. They're asking other people to change team loyalties.
Ask me to go to a Cubs game, and I will say no. And I don't even follow baseball that closely. But there are two things my dad wanted me to be in my life: Catholic and a Sox fan. That's a direct quote, by the way.
Yeah, I find it's reminiscent of Dave's criticism of Trump with regards to the most recent election, where it's like his plan was bitch about it, blah blah blah, win, and we're kind of in that situation, right?
Ironic.
Okay,
yeah.
I didn't bring this up during the main cast. I think I posted in that Caleb show was that maybe Dave would actually care more about abortion, abortion kids, or taking more of a strong line against it if the abortions are happening in Yemen, because that's where his direction tends to be. It's all about foreign wars. Okay, man, that's cool. Yeah, okay, foreign wars. I get it. Yemen, yeah. And I've repeated the Yemen argument directly from Dave Smith's mouth to my mouth to other people. And I've seen them roll their eyes and just check out, because no one gives a flying fuck about Yemen.
No, it's a cudgel. It's a like a fallback. It's easy to be the third guy out and stand there and lob criticisms.
Right.
There's
standing up and taking a position and moving forward and saying, okay, I'm not just gonna, I'm gonna actually be proactive.
There's a
That's
very
a whole
easy,
different game.
obvious reason too why Dave is why he defaults to the Yemen thing. It's I think it probably doesn't need to be said here, but right, it's very yeah. There's Dave is functioning to a large degree as a mouthpiece, and he's willing to do that.
Watch it, Jay.
Jason's brushing with a very blunt tip here. There's
fucking fight me, Scott. Go ahead, Scott. Come over to Australia and fight me. Go ahead.
I'll debate Scott Horton.
Come on the podcast and debate him.
No, I mean, fight.
No man.
I'll take him on. I'll wrestle him to the ground and just put him into a chokehold. That's all.
It doesn't. The Yemen thing doesn't require any sort of it doesn't require
engagement.
Anything to take a position on the Yemen issue. There's no cost to it whatsoever, and there's no expectation of actually accomplishing anything either. Because if you're like, okay, well, if I was to go to a libertarian right now and I was to say, okay, you guys have been talking about Yemen for years and nothing has changed, they're going to give me a whole laundry list of reasons why it hasn't changed. And those are all legitimate reasons. And that laundry list of reasons is precisely why it's such a cowardly thing to talk about, because you know that you're never actually going to be able to influence that.
Well,
no,
it's
the libertarian version of the left-wing slavery bad.
Yes.
It's like, okay, great. Yeah. Oh, you're against war. Okay, next.
Because also that laundry list of reasons should point you towards the root cause of why things don't change. Like, if you don't deal with the State Department, or whatever on a fundamental term. If you're not, Trump tried to do that in a very vague way and got destroyed, like lost everything. Like, and that's Trump, who can withstand a lot of that stuff because of his position. It's
Don.
like, yeah, it's like, okay, Dave or whoever, you're gonna do that? Are you gonna take on the State Department? That's because honestly, that's what's required. Like, are you gonna put tanks in Harvard Yard?
Yeah, we're
No?
going to be wishy-washy about the abortion question, but we're going to take on the State Department, right? Like, and clearly, and it's not that we're saying someone needs to go take on the State Department. It's that
I am.
recognize
No one here is advocating any part of the removal. The State Department is great.
If we do, it will be with a nice pension.
Exactly.
You'll all get pensions.
Officially, I appreciate the State Department and all this work is done for the liberty and movement of the Western,
Listen.
peoples.
Matt and I still both live in the U.S. Okay.
Right.
And I'm
I
already
live in Australia.
Canada.
I live in Australia.
You guys have it
Dude.
good, so hey.
No, they would deport my ass in a second.
You're talking to two people who are still in the crown.
Jonathan brought up something really good here. He said, check out the LP at National latest tweet. They're openly advocating for a national divorce. If the LP achieves any amount of power and influence, they become the new January 6th moon in the eye of Sauron. I went and I looked at here's their top tweets right now. Their pinned tweet is, join us in declaring independence from the Federal Reserve.
Libertarians helping libertarians.
What does that mean?
Say libertarian things.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's all this is. Declare independence from the Federal Reserve. This is like Nancy Pelosi sending out fundraising emails. All these libs are shrieking on Twitter right now about Nancy Pelosi sending out, asking people to donate $15 so that they can win back a woman's right to choose. That sounds absolutely preposterous to like any person. Yeah, Nancy Pelosi, worth $500 million or whatever she's worth, is sending out fundraising emails asking for people to donate money so that she can win back a woman's right to choose. Clearly, it's shameless grifting. This is the exact same thing. We're going to declare independence from the Federal Reserve. How
it's
exactly
about
are you
as
going to do that?
meaningful as declaring that you're a demigender.
Matt, do you actually know how expensive it's gotten to buy designer ice cream these days? Like it's
$15
hella
a
expensive.
or $15 a quart.
A liter.
When you buy that through the military industrial complex machine, that's about $15,000 a quart. Like it's we're not talking. It's not a joke here, man. Like this is some serious money. She needs funds. Like she needs some rocky road.
Well, and what happens, right? If you have any friends or family members who are more democratically inclined, on the one hand, they're going to bemoan people like Schumer and Pelosi, but on the other hand, they're still going to vote for Biden or whoever the Democrats run.
Right.
Why? Right? Why? Because they ultimately want to be seen as serving the right power structure. Go ahead. Mimetically modeling power rather than respectability.
Mhm.
Right? Power first. Respectability is like it's assumed, not the forerunner. This is the difference. When I cotton on to the idea that what Dave is doing is modeling modeling respectability. Like once you see that, for me, it's like it's everywhere. It's like, oh, he's the most dressed down, normal version of the Legion of Skanks. He's the most dressed. He goes on Fox News. He goes on status quo shows. His whole show format is actually very, very respectable. It's once you start seeing that, if you want to use a different word for it, you can, but that to me is the inroad to it.
Well, and it's
when you
something
see
that I
that,
copy.
and you go, yeah, well, exactly, and many people will. It's not a bad thing. It's not a value statement. It's
So-
simply like you understand what it is,
So
right?
Jay,
And
what should we be modeling? Like I want to my critique. It's like, okay, it's easy to criticize, but let's try to. What are we proposing?
everyone take out a tooth and model a me. No,
I mean, obviously, there's Christ. There's
Here's
Christ would be
this has been my pinned tweet for just past the 1 year mark of this being my pinned tweet. It was a comment from shout out Clockwork Industries. he posted this. Jim is his name. He posted this on a comment on one of the YouTube videos. Said, unless you have the power to take over the system, which none of us do, you gain power through individual responsibility, building wealth, power, and influence, preferably in a method you enjoy, then helping others to do the same thing. Family, friends, and build communities to prop each other up to weather the coming storm/collapse. Build autonomy, practice agorism when applicable, learn self-sufficiency and practical skills, prepare for the worst, hope for the best. You have to build security inside the system so that when it falls, you can remain and rise from it. That, and I said, this is the king pill. That is the king pill right there. If you need a praxis right now, start working on this stuff. If you have this stuff, I said earlier, 80% of people should have the apathetic approach to politics. 80% of people should not be involved in it whatsoever because they're the people who have not secured this. Right. If you've secured this, if you've established everything that he outlined there, you're one of the 20% who can get involved in politics. But even then, the way that you go about it is going to depend on the level of investment you want to have, where you are, like geographically, and not just speaking in terms of a state, but even in terms of cities within a state. If you're someone like Buck Johnson in Lockhart, then yeah, it makes sense for you to try to run for the head of your city council or mayor. Like there's a lot of utility in that, especially if you have a very clear and delineated plan for how you're going to accomplish it and then what you're going to do once you accomplish it. It's not just going to be, oh, we're going to start preaching libertarian messages from the positions of power, because that's not a way to institutionalize your power. If you're going to get into a position of power, then you need to start taking positive actions toward ensuring that that power is not going to go away, that you and your friends are going to hold on to that power, and you're going to use it to tangibly constrain the forces of evil within your city or locale. And to be able to do that, you need to be willing to use authority. I'll avoid too much of a buzzword. You need to be willing to use authority and use it confidently, and don't be held back by people who are wishy-washy about needing to live and let live, because that's not how politics works. If you want to live and let live, fine, sure, stay out of the political arena, because the political arena fundamentally presumes that live and let live does not exist.
Yeah. Sorry, just to answer Mark's question directly, it's situational. Who should we model is not. That's not the question. The question comes down to what are your desires. You will model once you understand what your desires are, you'll understand who you're modeling or why you're modeling who you are. Okay, so you kind of work backwards from position. I tried doing this. I did a bit of a reading club thing, which I'm going to redo with Gerard's first book, which is Desire, Deceit, and the Novel. I did the first chapter. I'm not happy with it. I'm going to redo it. It's about triangular desire. I won't get too bogged down to it. What I will say about it is this: because it's situational, you have to kind of decide what is. Luke Burgess talks about thick desires. What is the most important things to you, right? Desire leads to meaning. So the ultimate ends to Gerardian desire or memetics of desire is actually a search for being, like your being, who you are, what is a state of being, is encapsulated within that system of understanding desires. So what I would say, to go with my own story, when I made the decision to move to Australia, it was not to enfranchise me. It was to enfranchise my daughter. And it was not to enfranchise my daughter because I thought Australia was mythical great land. At the time, they had in Western Australia, had different COVID laws, which was a point to it. But the big thing was that there's my wife comes from a very big family. She's one of 6. And no matter what happens, there are at least 6 to 8 people out here who can look after my daughter if I'm not around, if something happens to me, which with the COVID stuff made me very, very I understood my vulnerabilities. I understood how far my ass was in the wind in Montreal. And I was like, all right, if it means moving continents and disenfranchising myself, putting myself in a position where I'm not in the best position financially or anything else, I'm doing that.
It's like
because-
you removed some personal flexibility to be part of a larger structure that had more stability.
Exactly. You streamline the process, and what I was doing automatic, which I didn't understand, which and this is what Gerard kind of gives me the context for, is I was eliminating false desires. I was finding true, like the let's say a main line of desire, and modeling, and almost self-modeling. Right, there is no previous model for this. I was just thinking, okay, and this is what we do. Right, to be the self-model is very, very difficult. It's not something you can hold on to forever, but that's the goal. Like you want to be generating your own desires as much as possible. It's not fully possible.
That's a bit of a tall order, but I think I grasped the concept and kind of throw it back to what Matt was saying, if I understand correctly. I mean, it reminds me of the cliche. I think I saw it on The Simpsons, but I think they took it from something before. It was like, first you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the women. I think it was Sugar or something, but
Scarface.
It's a Scarface. Okay. Because it's true, and
all of a sudden LB's ears just perked up. It's like, my people.
There is a path that has to be taken, and without the having that personal journey, and I 100% believe this. Like, if you didn't take care of that, like, okay, I'm financially stable, I've got the win that battle and get that experience. If you haven't won in the personal realm of getting the money and the power, how are you supposed to go into the political realm and do anything? You have to go through it originally. Then you'll, like, even back to what Jason was saying, the difference between being a manager and an owner. And the owner is someone who's gone through this on their own and then can take that experience and those lessons and have applicable value to bring to the larger system. So very, very important to conquer your own mountain individually, figure out what the fuck you're doing, and then maybe you'll have a chance of doing something positive.
I won't speak for him entirely, but my understanding, this is to a large degree behind what Venn was saying, or Cyprian was saying, when he was talking about Dave being a predator, when he called him that. Because Dave is someone who I would say is part of that 20% that I mentioned earlier, that has established himself to where he has the luxury to get into the political sphere. He can make a difference there if he's judicious and intelligent about the way he goes about it. He's someone who can make a big difference getting involved in politics. And I don't think he shouldn't get involved in politics. I think he should be smart about how he does it, for whatever my opinion's worth. However, it's not just him getting involved in politics. He's been actively campaigning. He may try to deny this, but you can't deny this. He's been actively campaigning for other people to get involved in politics, to create a movement for him to platform himself on.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where, even if he's doing this honestly and sincerely, and he thinks that this is a good thing, he doesn't recognize that he is in effect taking advantage of people who can't afford to be taken advantage of.
Right. Well,
the
that's
fact
where
that he doesn't realize that that's what's happening. Because
that's where Cyprian called him predatory.
Right.
Like, is this the goal or is this the means?
Right. Because in order for his chosen route, in order for him to be successful in his chosen route, the route that he has declared that he's choosing, he's going to have to get people involved in throwing lots of time and effort and energy into a political movement that is not going to result in more freedom for those people. Those people are not going to be better off,
more than likely,
for the time and effort and energy they put into it compared to what they could have put that time and effort and energy into. And he may say, well, it's not my responsibility they get to choose to do whatever they want with their resources. But that's precisely what fucking leadership is.
Mhm.
Is
are you delegating responsibly?
Yes.
Are you figuring out who are the guys that are in that 20% category that have climbed their mountain, are in a
Yes.
position where they can actually affect change from a knowledgeable place? Or are you rounding up, are you taking the leftist model and going after the kids and,
right. So he's going to get a bunch of, if Dave hadn't spent all of this time and energy over the last couple of years pushing the LPMC and teasing the idea, specifically not just the LPMC, but what really drove the LPMC was the notion of Dave running for president.
right?
That's the part that pulls it all together.
Shit or get off the pot, right? Like,
Yes.
okay, are you running? Are you not? Like, is this just clout chasing, or are you going to commit to something?
And if he'd never
and
entertained that, if he wasn't teasing that constantly, you wouldn't have guys bankrupting themselves to go to Reno and then have to get other people to help them pay their bills so they don't get evicted. That happens specifically because Dave is
been
stringing
going
them
to
along.
parent-teacher meetings or doing something local and meaningful.
I said this explicitly on the first part of the show, where it's like this whole conversation about Dave Smith, Fred. Sorry,
We're going to
Friend
change
or
it to
Fed.
Fiend or Fred.
Just whatever my drunk ass spills out at any given time. But it's incumbent on him running for the running for leadership. If that's not the case, then sure, friend, all across the board, whatever, it doesn't matter, right?
Yep.
It's a whizzle, it's a
Even-
wazzle, it's a,
This is why I
he
use
specifically. Go ahead.
I was gonna say this is why I used the worm tongue analogy in the first half of this episode, because I think it's apt. And I think that, I think it really comes down to that. I think there comes a point where you have to. It's not so much shit or get off the pot as like, well, I'm already in the bathroom, so I guess I might see if I have to use the facilities, right? And that's closer to where we've actually. It's like, oh well, I guess we're all in the bathroom now. Should we try to relieve ourselves, or like, what are we going to do next?
are we doing coke here, or what are we doing? Like,
Well, right, but it's also to the point of, it's the old. There's tons of cliches we can leverage to our advantage here. But show me your friends, I show you your future. Is another one. But I think what I've as somebody who's listened to him for a number of years and is a close, and just in general, I'm always a close observer of broadcasters and how people use language and stuff, because it's always fascinated me. But what Dave has called himself consistently is a soldier for liberty, and that's a noble thing. And if you're listening to the wrong people, nobility can be used for evil. That noble impulse can be used for evil. The road to hell is paved with what? Good intentions.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So we understand that you can want the best of things. You want the best things, but what matters are your actions, and what matters are what actually happens. And that's one of the reasons why, I mean, like, there's a part of me that it's like, do I just ignore them completely, or is there a part of me who calls people like Michael Heiss out for the wrong-headed ideas that he has about the future? And again, the shifting goalposts in particular, the thing that upsets me the most right now. And it's precisely the thing of like, well, so you managed to. So yes, you set out to what you were going to do. It took you 4 years to capture a political party, the leadership of a political party. Okay, that's probably because that political party doesn't mean much. Right. And so then it's like, well, what? You want to take over the Republican Party? No, that's a stupid idea. Right. That's a stupid idea. And to make that false comparison is an argument of sophistry. Right. A lot of people will levy that claim at me, and it's like, well, it's ironic. It's like, because no, that's not what I do. But specifically to the point is, no, it's not about taking over a GOP or even taking over a local GOP. It's that if you want to be involved in and this is something like my social group isn't dependent on libertarianism, right? Like I have a family that I'm very close with. I have groups of friends who stretch basically, they're all of similar mind, but aren't interested in the nitty gritty of politics the way I am. right? But they still called me in 2020 when everything was going crazy, because I had built a reputation as somebody who studied things closely and had a perspective that could leverage some sort of sense to the chaos that people are perceiving. And that's why I started BeenAwake.com, because I had kind of resigned myself to not do podcasting or writing anymore before that. And so to close the loop, it's like, no, the whole question of politics is, okay, in Canada, you guys have a Westminster model, right? So you can make the case, you can make more of a case for an outside major party than you can in the American system. Full stop. Ish, because Canada in particular is Canada.
It's never actually materialized. But
and I've written about this too. It's like the article is liberty popular is the name, and this is again where you start to see the folly of an egalitarian approach to libertarianism, and that's basically where you see the distinction. Are people who suffer from the egalitarian delusion are the ones who still think that it's just a matter of converting the masses. I don't care if the masses convert. I care if they have the right behavior, right? And in my small way, in my small show with my small audience compared to Dave, nothing has driven me closer to re-examining God and religion than taking on the responsibility of writing. That's why I'll call people out like Clint Russell, and that's why I will call people out like Michael Heiss, because I don't think they take the responsibility seriously enough. Because
once you understand, once you accept that you can be wrong, and I'm not talking just like, oops, I screwed up on that. No, like wrong. Like one of the things that my religious experience taught me, what the humbling of that experience was to admit that I was wrong on I was wrong about reality. And that took about a year to kind of sort through, and I'm still sorting through it. Like, where you're going through 32 years of being on one track and then going, oh shit, that was all bad ideas, and it's a heavy thing. So I don't expect most people to undertake that willingly. I certainly didn't. It took literally what I call the voice of God talking to me to snap me out of it, and that's kind of the issue I find with a lot of these ideological statements, is that, all right, can we even entertain the aspect of if you're wrong? Like, what if you're wrong, Dave? What if you're wrong, right? What does that look like? And what are you bringing people to if you're wrong? And if you're not even going to entertain the idea, then there's a problem here. Because even if we all agree that you're right, who the fuck are we? Like,
well, and then there's an incentive structure on top of that, which is like, as a public persona, and we see this, we all do this on Twitter every single day, right? It's the constant thing of like, hold me back, bro. Like I'm trying to out alpha everybody so that I can be at the top of the dominance thing. And that's where it's like, it's like, so if the question ever came up, oh, hey, LB, do you want to go on a show with Dave? The answer is like, no, I think I'd rather have a beer with him. Like, I think I'd rather sit across from him and have a conversation, because otherwise it's just going to be combative, and I think there's, and like, that would serve my selfish ends of like showing that I can out debate a really good debater, let's say, but would it actually accomplish the thing that I desire, which is, again, somebody who I have a affability towards, given how long I've listened to him, is like, hey, I never expected to be in this situation. That's like, again, to the point. I was January of 2021. I was joining the LP because I wanted the word libertarian to not be a joke anymore. And now I've just realized that the LPMC joining the LP is the culmination in the ultimate absurdity of whatever libertarianism was or is. And so where I stand now is about recalibrating those questions, because there's still a lot of good in Austrian economics. There's still a lot of good in what are broadly referred to as libertarian policy prescriptions, and teasing out and the problem in my mind is that people have tried to maximize a legal order to all facets of their life. Libertarianism isn't a philosophy. It's a political philosophy, right? And that's a huge distinction. And a lot of people conflate the fact that they know libertarian philosophy with the idea that they know philosophy per se. And the reality is you don't if you're in that position. You can't, because part of what I think the journey of philosophy is as the Aristotle quote that hangs in my room says, it is the mark of an educated mind to entertain a thought without accepting it.
Mm-hmm.
Do I think that journey is for everybody? Hell no. Right. Ironically, I look back at some of the article, like the papers and stuff that I've written, and I basically always advocated for an elite theory against the egalitarian structure. I just didn't call it that. So I wrote a paper talking about the differences between Nietzsche and William James. And this is a diversion, but it'll come back into play, because William James talks about what's often referred to as American pragmatism, which basically says the truth is whatever works, right? Whereas Nietzsche is a far more dense and it has far more dense subject matter in everything, and there's so many layers and meaning to how he writes. So what I argued in the paper is Nietzsche is the better of the two, but if I'm going to talk about something to a mass audience, I'm going to talk about William James and pragmatism, because go ahead. Was
it you who brought up Machiavelli before?
Yep.
Yeah, which is interesting because I've always been on the line of I don't know if I love or hate him, because he's telling the truth, but it's a dangerous truth,
right?
And is that the path you want to adopt, or is it better to?
Well,
Go ahead.
Matt, I'll let you jump in on this, but I think all four of us here are moralists on some level, and when you bring moralism into this conversation, it's useful for us, it's powerful for us on a personal level or a cultural level, but it's not political. Like morals and principles and these things don't actually have a place in politics, and we can have a romantic lie about it and try to present them into this system, but they just don't work because it's not tactical.
Right. That's the inherent contradiction. I mean, that's what attracted me to libertarianism, is I was like, okay, here's a political philosophy that's actually founded on a principle, or at least that's how I saw it. I was like, okay, these are the guys who have a fundamental principle, whether that's the NAP or, that really should be the basic one. Like the principle is property is really it, and not trespassing on someone else's property, and then you build from there. But I think that was a kind of naive perspective, because the other political philosophies have principles too. They're just different. They are power. They are fuck your property, I'm going to win. They are Machiavellian. And so if you get into the discussion of if it's do the ends justify the means, which one's more effective?
Even property itself, the entire notion of private property is authoritarian and violent. It is, this is my thing, and if you try to take my thing, I will use violence against you.
Yeah, it's inherently violent. Is it authoritarian though? I mean, there's obviously the implication of violence. If you trespass on me, I will.
It's an appeal to authority, whether it's your own authority or the authority of whoever your community has appointed as the one who enforces property claims. The notion of a property claim, right? The notion of a property claim assumes a coherent society bound around a specific set of ideas that everyone gives assent to, that everyone agrees with. There's no you wouldn't have a property claim. You wouldn't talk about a property claim in an antagonistic society where nobody trusts anybody else. The whole idea of this is my property, that's your property, assumes having achieved some level of détente and some level of mutual respect and appreciation for one another. It assumes the presence of a coherent society in the first place. So to have a society that's based foremost upon property is fundamentally impossible. Well, it doesn't begin that way. There has to be something in common before the property claim.
Yeah, that's
because I always saw it as inherent. I mean, for me, the analogy that I always related to libertarianism is like, especially if you're arguing with a leftist, I would always say, is rape bad? obviously the answer is yes, but then that begs the question of why.
Mhm.
Because there's some
Right.
kind of inherent assumption that you own something, whether it's your
Self-ownership.
will.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
starting from self-ownership creates a very coherent legal system. But if we are already at the point of legality, what Matt was just drawing out is there's that, and that for most people is all they really need to care about. Again, going back to the more elite theory versus an egalitarian approaches, most people only really need to worry about what's legal and what's not. But before legality, this is what you learn when you study philosophy, is there are all these other things that have to go first before legality can hold any sort of sway over people in what we might broadly refer to as a voluntary manner. That's why I've talked about things in terms of recalibration, and I've said libertarianism is a compromise nobody wanted, because it makes a heck of a lot of sense, and it actually can unite disparate people. It can unite the difference between people who are marginally left and marginally right, because we see this in effect. Well, but unfortunately, we're not at a stage of society that is rewarding this abstraction on top of an abstraction on top of an abstraction. We're devolving in a sense, which is one of the reasons why I think our conversations these days deal so much more with the question of morality per se, with the question of the divine, with the question of theology and religion. Because in fact, I would argue that there is a moral chasm, and the abortion topic is illuminative to this effect. There's a moral chasm between whatever we might have referred to as the left and the right. And that's basically, and that's why, and I think that's why we use left and right, and we don't talk about liberal and conservative anymore. Is again, liberal and conservative presumes an order of the liberal order per se, right? This is why the conservative is both anti-liberal and anti-conservative. How does that work? Well, in my frame, there are conservative progressives and conservative liberals, right?
Uh-huh.
And so both people still participate within the same moral structure at the meta level, if you will.
Mark, to address something directly that you'd said, you talked about self-ownership, and even the notion of self-ownership itself can't be fundamental, because it begs the question, what is a self, and what does it mean to own something?
Mm-hmm.
And those are metaphysical claims that have to be unpacked. And to have a society rooted in those, and that is it. The only
they're
way,
not self-evident.
right? Yeah, they're not self-evident.
You're mistaking the
they
fruit
can't
for
be.
the root.
Yeah.
Well, and also I would add to that is, like, by starting at property rights, you're starting actually in the middle of the story.
Right.
Because humanity didn't start with property rights.
Mhm.
Humanity built towards property rights, and property rights is just a point on which we've achieved, let's say, through Christianity. So you had all that basis of Christianity before Christ. You have all that 2,000 years of civilization that builds up to property rights, and then you go from there. What's underpinning it is this commonality that is not perfect, but yet is yet assumed. This is the problem.
Right. Yeah. It assumes a moral framework.
No,
Right.
this is the problem with the new atheists.
Inherently.
The new atheists, when asked the question, well, where do you derive your morality from without religion? They're like, well, it's just always going to be there, as if it's like that whole religious thing was just kind of a pointless enterprise of morality. And it's like, well, okay, you take away religion, and all of a sudden morality collapses, and morality collapses, and you're like, oh. What happened? How did that happen?
Well, I had appreciated. I don't know if I agree with it completely, but I had liked Molyneux's universally preferable behavior. I mean, it's a mirror of Randian objectivism, but it is sensical logically. But
Caleb,
yes.
you're breathing so heavy, you're getting me horny, man.
Sorry about that. I have that thing turned up way too high. Let me just turn it down real quick.
But look at where Molyneux is today, right?
Just
Right.
He's talking about UBP.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I thought that was a joke, LP.
Oh, that too. I mean, the Caleb. But no, like look at but he's somebody who now is like
the way the way you framed it, like look where Stefan is now. I'm like, oh yeah, that's obviously fantastic. Like he's doing so well. Like, but yeah,
Well,
you're talking about like philosophically.
But I would say, like, even with his philosophical journey, he's had to come back and recognize the primacy, if you will, of religious thought, which is something that, like, from my own philosophical journey, it's never been about trying to replace religion. It's another means by which we can understand the world given to us, right? So it's a different starting point. Whereas, yeah, that new, like, and the new atheists will say that, well, they never want to accept communism as their own, even though it is. But even with, and UBP is great, but how many people believe in UBP, and what's actually been done to somebody like Molyneux in the public consciousness as well?
And even for someone who doesn't want to delve into the religious questions, just from a like an a priori frame, the notion of a property claim, for a property claim to be coherent, it has to, yes, I love this. For a property claim to be coherent, it has to be enforceable. I can create some sort of a justification for why the country of Honduras is my property and it belongs to me. But for that to be meaningful in any sense, I have to be able to demonstrate some way that I can enforce it, that I can enforce that property claim. If the property claim's not enforceable, then it's incoherent. It doesn't mean anything. It's fundamentally, practically indistinguishable from the non-existence of a property claim. So
that's something that's something you told me on the first time I had you on for the Machiavellians book club, and I was just blown away. Like, yeah, no, he's absolutely right. Unless you have power to enforce a property right claim or defend a property right claim, it's just pie in the sky nonsense.
You're just shooting your mouth off.
Yeah,
which was
I'm pretty good at that, but
let's listen to this for a second here. This is
Owen.
This is Owen.
Yeah, I mean, anarcho-capitalism is one of the dumbest, most satanic things I've ever heard. The more you lay it out, like, okay, Stefan, how do you stop child sex trafficking if everybody's quote-unquote consensual? And then I was listening to somebody say, oh, but Big Bear, the multinational corporations are protected by the state. Without the state, we wouldn't have these problems. I'm like, the state is people choosing to do that. Let's say a bunch of people choose to make a state. How is that not free market? Oh, no, you can't have a state. Says who? Us. How are you going to enforce that? We'll form a state and crush yours. Okay, you're fucking retarded. A state is nothing more than a bunch of contracts decided upon by a bunch of people, and they consent to it and they want it. So are you going to force people to not have a state when the existence of a state came from a series of human choices? We don't really stop child sex trafficking now. Yeah, we do, Cedar Bear. Tons of people have tried selling children for sex, and now they're in a prison. Okay, so you think if there were no laws about child sex trafficking, it would go up or down in occurrence? Are you retarded? You retarded, Cedar Bear? You have fucking Kelly's brains? It's so dumb, guy. The more you look into it, and then Stefan Molyneux will be like, oh, yeah, but I mean, a child has to be at the right age to consent. It's like, what age? 16, 18, 20, 25, 9? Like, and how did you come up with that age? And who enforces it? So if a 9-year-old is like, I just signed a great contract where I suck an old guy's dick for $50 a day, how do you stop that from happening? How do you stop a situation where exploiting children is profitable and there's nothing you can do about it? Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go. COVID's coming.
I felt that was apropos.
Yeah. I just about drove off the road the first time I listened to that. I was crying, laughing. The dude has a way with words. He consolidated into 2 minutes. I mean, I had it on like 1.5x or whatever, but he consolidated into about 2 minutes an entire year's worth of King Pill. That was exactly what that notion right there was exactly what I was trying to get across. That a state, the formation and presence and existence of a state, is the product of people making voluntary decisions to create and form a state. And if you don't like it and you want to prevent it, your available options are try to talk everybody out of it, or form a competing state and crush it, in which case it's a performative contradiction. The whole thing is just a jerk off.
Poppy Liberty was talking about how the market sowed its course. The market won. The market, people chose the state. The market, the state exists. People have chosen the state. The idea of an unregulated market would lead to this more market bullshit. It's going to lead back to a state because people want.
Look at the thing I just dropped in the private chat, the Twitter thing. It's this is one of these guys who's part of the LP, who supports kids at drag shows. and likened the idea of taking your kid to a drag show to going to church, which it in fact is, but that's kind of part of the problem. It's you're not worshiping God when you take your kid to a drag show. But it says, but just to the point of messaging, right? We're talking about messaging. We're talking about how are we going to win, and this is the LP answer.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
God, this is so bad.
So for people who might be listening to this later who can't see it, is you see in the first frame a cross over the door. You see the stars and bars, and you see a Trump 2024. You see on the TV Fox News saying Roe v. Wade is overturned, and you see the parents in MAGA hats cheering. And in the second frame, you see mom, dad, I'm pregnant, with their daughter walking in with a black boyfriend. Because this is the trope. This is what the leftists do, is they want to divide. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't people out there who have issues with their children dating cross-racially or cross-ethnically. You could, frankly, completely invert the races of all people involved, and you would still have the same result in many cultures and within many families. So it's, but just to the point of, okay, so this is LP messaging. I know this isn't coming from the LP page proper. But this is the type of sentiment you're trying to fuse this sentiment with Ron Paul libertarianism. Really?
Well, this is the problem. But hang on. This is the issue, right? Is that if you're modeling, if Dave Smith is modeling Ron Paul, I mentioned this into a response with Cyprian the other day, whereas like the issue is that Dave Smith is modeling Ron Paul, and Ron Paul is modeling a politically ideal libertarian politician who doesn't exist. So everyone who's modeling Dave Smith is modeling throughout that line. Like it's you're just playing telephone at that point. And yeah, I mean, what is this messaging? Like, are we really? I calling people hypocritical at this point is so fucking cringe. I'm done with it. Like I'm so absolutely done with it. We saw this happening with the Roe v. Wade thing, where like every other response to my timeline was like, oh, what, you didn't stand for body autonomy for the vaccines, but you're stop.
Everything's an insurrection.
Yeah, you're fucking embarrassing yourself.
Guys, so you're gonna be them.
With this tweet here, there's the cartoon, which obviously,
his comment
sharing the cartoon is gonna piss off a significant chunk of the population. They're not going to be interested in it. And then there's his commentary. This is a very accurate graphic that represents an insignificant portion of the population and falsely applied to a much larger portion. It's the liberal way of engaging in stereotypes while appearing intellectual. So that's going to piss off the other people. So there's a section of like 0.25% of the population that's going to see this and be like, yeah. So it's again like what you said, LB. I'm not saying, I mean, the guy's his own Twitter account, and he's not speaking for the rest of the LP, but it's emblematic of the type of messaging that this is just a perfect example of the approach that they think that is going to be successful, which is we're neither left nor right, and what that means is that we equally piss off the left and the right, and wind up
we're going to end up in a gulag either
whatsoever.
way.
Yeah, I was going to say as well that
gulag or Gitmo.
The notion of that the path forward is that we have to try to convince as many people as possible to become libertarians. Like if you asked every single person who is a part of the LP now, if you put the question to them, what would we have more or less liberty if we were able to convert, say, 50% of the population to Ron Paul libertarians? Would we have more or less liberty? I'm sure that they would all say, oh, we would have more for sure. And I think that's absolutely preposterous, because that would presume that the institutions that are preventing us from having that liberty are actually answerable to the population. Mm-hmm. And the entire notion of the libertarian message to begin with is that those types of institutions are not responsive to the population. What is a libertarian as a political entity? It's someone who wants to rabble-rouse against the government, but will also refuse to take power. So what happens when 50% of the population wants to rabble-rouse against the government, but refuses to take power?
Anarchy.
You've just created a slave state. You've created a pretext for the people in power to clamp down on everyone, and nobody's going to do shit about it.
This connects to the media question about new media in particular, and how this is how we're actually going to sidestep the political process is by access to news media, and it relies again upon the egalitarian delusion, as I like to refer to it, because it's actually not like, yes, Joe Rogan has a massive audience. How much of Joe Rogan's massive audience that likes the MMA episode is really going to be galvanized into voting in 2024 versus the Fox News and CNN crowd who are already committed to the political process?
Right.
We see this as well in the Twitter conversation, right? A lot of people are trying to minimize the fact that Musk wants to buy Twitter. They're saying like, well, Twitter doesn't even have that many users, so it doesn't even matter. It's like, well, yeah, it does, because the people who go on Twitter, specifically political Twitter, are the people who want to engage, and so therefore are the people who are necessarily going to have more of an impact. And in fact, subscribing to an elite theory, in the general sense, you understand that that's all you need.
20% of the population directs the other 80%.
Yeah. Well, isn't it 3%ers? I mean, that's their whole deal, right? I don't know whether it's true or not, but that it just takes a really engaged small minority. If you've got 5% that give a fuck, you've got power.
And this is
the
the
Bolsheviks
story.
were what?
Right. This is the story told across human time. Heraclitus, pre-Socratic, talks about this. This is, it's just like, again, when we want to act like our age is the most enlightened is just a folly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's something to think about, is that you are always living in the most advanced period of human history ever.
Right. Everyone ever has.
No matter what point you were. In 1984, you were at the zenith of human history, and in 2004 and on and on and on. The VHS was the technology for a while, and now it's not. And to claim otherwise is ridiculous. So that's all I have with that. I was gonna.
But that's sort of that gets me thinking of we really need to try to expand the paradigm, and this is the most valid criticism towards the LP in general, is that they're playing the established game when we could. The possibilities are endless, and we need to maybe be more creative on where could we take this. Take the whatever it is, like we're taught, and it's really hard. I mean, this is kind of we kind of got to get postmodern with it and say, listen, how much of this is just you're doing what you were told because that's what you were told, and that's what the people before you were told, and that's what people before them were told, and can you just actually shatter that framework completely and restructure an approach that's ingenuitive?
I mean, at this point, it's go ahead.
Well, briefly, what has worked? If you have a standing army, a la the British, do regular tactics work against a standing army, or do guerrilla tactics? Mm-hmm. The LP is the equivalent of meeting the Republicans and Democrats on the field of battle the way they did with muskets and bayonets.
Right, and you got slingshots.
Mm-hmm. And they have slingshots. That's a great way of fleshing out the analogy. But precisely to the point
or it's like the last. What was that Tom Cruise movie? The Last Samurai.
Yeah.
Right, where they're going up with swords against Gatling guns.
Yeah. Right. But that's to the point. Is what works if you're the smaller force are guerrilla tactics. LP by its nature can't be a guerrilla tactic. What would be a guerrilla tactic is a political PAC that raises millions of dollars to directly fund campaigns or engage in lobbying efforts and training people to actually win the campaigns.
Yeah. Well, who's the guy? I subscribe to his podcast who does the anti-tax.
Andrew, Popular Liberty.
Yeah.
Right. And he's like, buy him.
Yeah.
Right. Which goes back to my thing of get the money, get the power, win your own personal battle, take that, which is actually real currency, and put that to use instead of, jerking off in their system.
Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say on the whole postmodern thing you brought up, Mark, that we basically, we live in just a post-truth world. I would say truth exists, but no one can agree on any of it. So we might as well act if it doesn't exist. And if you can just a lie that convinces more people than a truth convinces more people is more powerful because it has more numbers. So if you can, even if you tell a bullshit narrative on a bullshit story, but get people to fall behind you on that narrative, you have more power for that narrative. Truth isn't really in the equation anymore. You still have to play by the games, play by the truth. Just whatever creates the narrative, the meta narrative that works is how this works. I mean, you see how both sides disagree on that. They can't agree on facts of reality. Okay, well then fuck reality. Let's just make our own narrative and go forward from there.
Well, and look what the progressives did with the temperance movement, and then what they did afterwards. We don't actually need to abide by the constitutional structure of the United States. We're just going to say we live in a democracy, and so we're just going to start changing things that way.
Yeah,
they went through all the trouble, right? They went through all the trouble with the temperance movement in particular to outlaw alcohol, and had such, and then and mind you, keep in mind that at the same time we're studying things like mass psychology and influence and what today we call PR and advertising and persuasion and stuff like that. That was all being studied at the turn of the century. And when they realized that all they needed was that, they didn't actually need the truth of saying like, well, we're going to change the physical structure of the country the way that the founders said. It's like, oh, we could just lie to people.
Yeah, just grenades it out.
Here's a fundamental aspect of humanity. You are raised by your own family, independent of ideology, from the earliest age possible, to be good, to recognize what is good. Right, you are a good boy. You are a good girl. You have done something that we approve of. I just had this moment the other day. My daughter's turning 2 this month, and she's doing 2-year-old stuff. And I gave her a dressing down on something, and she did something. And I was explaining to her like, no, Tilly, you don't do that, and whatever. And she hung her head in shame, and I had a moment of step back in this, like going, there's this immense amount of power situation right there, because I can inflict shame on an individual if I so choose to. Now, obviously, I'm doing it in a caring context, but I understand how that goes awry for some people, because there's that once you recognize what it is, that what that mechanism is, you can feed into it. It can be yours for the asking, right? And you're doing that to a 2-year-old. So you're feeding to a 2-year-old this idea of good, bad, approved, not approved, and then all these other things happen after that. But, whether you're directing it or someone else is directing it, you've put that in the kid's brain, and they're reacting to it automatically, like the whole head down, almost shame moment, right? Which is automatic. It's something within us. So what you're doing is you're playing on automatic features of the human condition. These aren't bugs. These are features, and if you're effective at that, if you can manipulate those things, you can manipulate them to whatever ends you want, because they're not being enforced by a school system. It's not a school system or a university system or an ideology. It's parenting. It's down to the level of parent. That it's down to a level of nature. Something that you're going to do with the child.
It's grooming. That's grooming, Jason.
It's not grooming. I think it's.
I'm being sarcastic.
Enlightening. No,
but you've seen the memes where they go, "Oh, you guys don't train your kids." Okay, there's a difference between parenting and grooming.
Well, that's what grooming is like, the inversion of parenting.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they can't procreate or reproduce the way that normal people can, so they have their perverted, inverted alternative where they're going to reproduce through grooming.
Yeah, well, they say leftists reproduce by stealing your children.
Right. Yeah. And sometimes that's sexual and sometimes it's not, but it's always on a trend toward that, because that's fundamentally what they're trying to do. This is the irony is that humanism is the most anti-human movement out there. Mm-hmm. The leftists are humanists at heart. They're denying metaphysical reality, but the reality is that we don't even experience reality as it is. We experience reality as a story being told to us. This is all of human communication, is stories. Like right now, I'm telling you guys a story, and if the story matches your experience, then you're gonna buy into the story, and you're gonna start to incorporate that into the story that you're constantly telling yourself about what you're experiencing around you. So your role as a parent is to tell your child a really compelling story, and hopefully that story matches base reality as close as possible. Deception then is just telling someone a story that doesn't actually square with base reality.
On top of that, as a parent, you're not just relating stories verbally, you're doing it mimetically through your physical action.
You're embodying the story.
So what you give your attention to will give the child the idea of value. If you give this is the idea of like a child goes to the drawer that you go to because they see you going to the drawer. So if you go to the drawer every day to get cutlery for dinner, they're going to go to that drawer because they're drawn to that door, not because the drawer is important. It's because you have importance to that drawer. Like you're giving it attention, and the child is drawn to your attention, and then starts pulling out stuff, and then you go, well, don't do that, and the kid's very confused. Like, well, hang on a second, like you like this thing is important to you. You do this thing. Why can't I? Like, what's the issue here? They don't understand the level of this could cause me harm because I don't have an idea of skill level. Like
they need a wider story.
Exactly, right? That's where you build a narrative in. That's where you start to add in the verbal narrative to an action. But at the base level, it's all about attention. What you look at, your child will look at. What you give your attention to, your child will give attention to. As early as 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're dealing with like primal shit that is hardwired into your brain, which gives me an idea of like, with homosexuality and transgenderism. One of my theories on this is that it is a mental disorder, but it's not a typical mental disorder. It's not something you inherit. It's something that is put into your brain in that 0 to 4 range, right? A bad modeling experience, someone who has a discordant reality with their father-mother archetype, that kind of thing, right? Something that happens on the basic levels, something that's so primal, you can't unwire it in general psychology. It's not something you can talk through because it's interwoven into your brain. So it's a parapsychology. It's something that is operating at a meta level of your psychology that isn't just something that you can fix with medicine or sex changes. It's in you, right? Like it's into your foundation. I hope that makes sense. It's something that I'm trying to work around, because it's once you start giving credence to that 0 to 4 range is the most important developmental stage of human life. You start seeing it in your child. Like everything you do is modeled, everything, and they have no qualification for it. There's no moral qualification. There's nothing. It's just what it is. So whatever you're putting in front of that kid is what they're going to model, and what they're going to continue modeling throughout their life, even if they don't know what it is.
Talking about stories, my cousin's daughter is 3, and we were close neighbors up until recently. They moved down to Texas. But so what is, she would sit with us, and we would have dinner, and open a bottle of wine or drink water, and we would obviously tell stories about what's going on. And like she had the phase of there would be this point where like we would pause and she'd say, "What were you talking about?" Which was like, when she was, as she started, like 2.5 is when that started happening. It was like, wow, you're like actually trying to listen.
Right.
And then what started happening was she started telling her own stories. And like, so she's just constantly spinning out stories now that is an amalgam of like the walk she took that day, plus reading Stuart Little the night before, plus like something else that happened, or like a story that her grandparents told her, or something like that. And it's a joy for me as the not parent to like watch and see these kinds of things. And it reinforces just what I would argue is depravity of the queerness movement, where they're trying to remove these basic categorizations, right? Because how can I tell a story if I don't have the basic differences between men and women, right? It's like, or how can I find a mate? How can I find myself if these questions become so complicated, right? It's eugenics by other means is what they're doing right now. And they're doing so by removing these meta psychological concepts that are evolved. I would argue they're evolved in us as beings that we've had for generations, and are instilled to us through our culture and through our myth, through our religion, and so on. And again, when you raise kids, when you see kids being raised, as you see that prominently, right? Or you just see the difference in behavior between little boys and little girls. Yeah.
Well, I have a unique perspective on child raising, because when I met my wife, I was 25. She was in her early 30s, and I had 4 kids. So I've raised kids since I was a kid, basically. Some of them well, some of them not so well. But to see that evolution, from where they don't have thought, they don't have a perspective, to when they actually grow into themselves and they actually start engaging in the world as an individual and forming their own opinions on things. And you get to see your influence. I mean, our youngest now is 20, and I'm still a fairly young man myself. So I've got to go through that journey of self-development while watching them develop at the same time.
Your hairline defies.
I won't lean over. But yeah, it teaches you lessons about, I don't really know where I'm going with this, but it's really interesting to see, like, to put out something and see it affect someone, and you sort of get that bounce back.
Well, and it gives you a knowledge beyond something from a formal education. And I have a story about this. We had a couple of cousins. My cousin was visiting from Florida with her boyfriend at the time, and their friend had been living in Chicago for a number of years. And so they invited him over to, like, hang out. And, us being hospitable people, of course, like, he can come over and hang out. Well, with this guy who, I'll save the demographics for later, but we ended up getting into a conversation about, gender roles, which was just kind of like, oh, should people subscribe to gender roles? And there was one point in particular where my mom, contributing to the conversation, said, well, as a mother, like, these are things that I've always seen, since my children were born. And that's something my mom always wanted to be a mom, right? She always wanted to raise kids, and seeing the differences between individual children and how the personality varies and so on and so forth. And what this, I'll call him a gentleman for the sake of civility, what this gentleman did was question my mother's credentials and said, well, have you studied
for
this?
mothering? Like,
yes. To point out basic differences between men and women, he questioned my mother's credentials. This is, by the way, after he was very particular with the type of drink that he wanted, and we were, like, making him very fancy cocktails, and he questioned my mother's credentials as a mother because she hadn't studied biology.
Household.
It kills me, and because I always have the perspective, like.
Yeah, in her house.
Learn. You don't know how to raise kids until you raise kids, and it's something you have to go through yourself.
Well, going back to that demographic question, let's just say it was going to be pretty tough for him to raise kids a natural way.
Okay.
So maybe he would be really interested in the idea.
He's going to Dave Rubin it.
Yeah, it may be really interested in going against the idea of gender stereotypes.
Talking about leftist stealing babies, surrogacy.
Yeah.
But
which is the real Handmaid's
and he studied
Tale,
physics.
right?
Yeah. Well,
physicist.
There was a meme. I don't remember what it was, and it was 2 men getting married. It was they posted it as their wedding photo. It was 2 men kissing, and in the background was the surrogate mother, quiet and out of frame. And it was like, this is you want to talk about the Handmaid's Tale of removing female agency. You're gonna literally steal their babies.
That photo probably cost maybe 10 to 100 viable embryos just for that photo. Like, just looking at the photo objectively, like, they're stealing a woman's baby, and it cost them probably for the surrogate process 10 to 100 viable embryos. So that was a cost of like 100 babies, and they stole the baby anyway. I could not think of a more evil photo that was like posed as a happy occurrence. Just looking at like this is objectively evil.
You saw the one I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It was enraged. Like how objectively this is baby lives and stealing a baby, and this is posed as a good thing. People were celebrating it. It was when I realized, okay, this culture's dead. It's over. We're not coming back. We're done.
Well, and they're embodying their own deepest fear. I think this is the feminist. This should be the thing they were fighting against this for 60 years, and now they're supporting it. I mean, if you want to talk about a lack of awareness of what are you actually doing, like have some relation to objective reality, guys. Wake up.
I think I posted this a while ago. It was like, to Margaret Atwood, is like, what do you honestly think is the real threat here? Tradcons who want to raise children in a family unit, or liberals who literally want to have surrogates give birth to their children for them, so they can take that child away and raise them as their own in their own insert society. Like, what do you think is more closer to the Handmaid's Tale? Like, it's not the Christians, my friend. It's not the Muslims. It's not the spooky woo fundamentalist religious people who are like, no, we're just going to raise our kids in a traditional family.
But come on, Jay, it takes a village.
That's why we need
Your
extended family.
Dad.
But more the point is, and then you're also, for me, and I was having this conversation recently of it's just, and I would hope that if I was in that sort of situation in a hetero sense, because I'm not gay, just for the record, people. But if I was in that,
I want to see receipts there, LB.
I don't know what those would look like, but
I don't know what those would look
like.
I'm tempted now. We'll see.
but
I still want to see them
because the IVF question is like, it is
OnlyFans, Jay. OnlyFans.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. You gotta find my page, eh?
Sorry,
I'm looking now.
I really should just create an OnlyFans and have it be all my been away content. Just maybe I'd make more money from it.
I'm sorry about doing it.
It'll be this strange, like super pervy section.
Yeah.
Just throw in the occasional feet pic.
Right. Yeah. Basically, what I'm leading up to is adoption. Is I would hope I wouldn't give into the selfishness of going through the IVF format, and I would hope that I would have the strength to adopt a child, even though in some respects that's actually a lot tougher.
As someone who's been a step parent for almost 20 years, I can tell you it's tough.
Yeah,
I had a very unique experience. It was unique back then. Now it's more common, and I've always said it's probably the hardest. It's definitely the most unappreciated position to be in, because you're not only are you raising someone else's children, but you're doing it while they're in the picture. And so you get that you're not my dad. There's always that fight for authority, and I was never in the position to say, like, listen, do what I say. So if I wanted to influence the kids at all, I had to use other means, and it was only their desire that either they respected me or wanted my attention or appreciated my company enough to value whatever I had to impart on them. I could never be an authoritarian. I had to be an influence, and the only influence I had would be gained through the value of my interaction with them. And so I've had the same philosophy. I mean, I was a commie liberal until I was in my late 30s, and I had always said, I appreciate the desire to procreate. But I'd seen that as kind of egotistical. As I was always like, there's enough kids in the world. If you want to influence the world, there's kids out there. There's kids that need love. There's kids that need a family. There's kids that need a home. There's no lack of people for you to love, and there's no lack of people for you to influence. If that's your goal, if your goal is to be a light unto the world, there's endless supply. So I didn't feel the need for it to be my prodigy. But yeah, having to learn that lesson of how do I influence people without having you're my property kind of perspective. I was like, okay, then you gotta work, and you got to figure out who you are, and why what is it that you want to impart? Why is it, and how do you do it without being raised the way that I was, which was like, oh, you're not going to do it. I want to go stand in the fucking corner for an hour. So I don't, I don't know if it's valuable or not, but I have a unique perspective on.
Well, no, I do think it's valuable because I think what the TradCon space is overtaken with is that, let's say the nuclear family, the traditional form of family, which of course has value to it, but I think we overlook the idea that there are surrogates. I'm the result of a surrogate. Like my grandfather, my mother and father divorced when I was like 1, and my mother's father took over the role of being a father figure to me, to whatever ends that, because obviously he was older, so he died when I was 12, and that had its own repercussions. But like there are surrogate relationships that I think have to be recognized and respected. When Carlos was on, when I first had Carlos on the show, was for the Fathers and Kings series, and he talked about that, where he's like, he takes on the responsibility of his nephews, as well as being a patriarch within the family. And what does that patriarchal society or heretical role look like? It doesn't always have to be necessarily father to son. It can be transference of an archetype throughout a family unit. So the uncle takes care of the nephew like he would take care of the son. Like, so I think the role of surrogacy, especially in terms of masculinity, is overlooked or given a secondary role, when actually it's very, very palpable and historically has precedent if we even need to go there, which I don't think we do, because I think it's like, look, if you're getting good modeling from somebody, it doesn't matter if it's your dad or your cousin or your uncle or your teacher, whoever, you're getting that modeling. And it's only a question of the quality of the modeling itself, right?
Yeah. Well, that's it. There is validity to the "it takes a village" trope. I brought it up mockingly because that's what the left will use in their,
because you're an asshole,
in their pursuit. Well, it's what they use in their pursuit of the destruction of the family unit. And I understand the argument really well, because they'll if one of our older daughters is chasing her PhD in sociology, and so she'll always bring up there's tribes where the family unit isn't as codified as it is in the Western version, right? Where we're very strict. It's a mother, father. You live in your own house. I mean, you can even look at Asian families where they'll have 3 generations in one home. Mm-hmm. And so there are different structures that can work, but they're structures. They're not no structure. And so the left says, well, just because there are different ways of doing it, then throw out the baby with the bathwater, and 2 guys can steal a kid, and that's the same as a mother and a father. And I reject that completely. It's like, no, just because there are variances, and obviously the more people that are involved in the process, you want to have as big a group of people as possible. You want to have your next of kin, your family, your neighbors, everybody involved in sharing the responsibility of rearing good children. But that doesn't mean just because you rely on things external to the nuclear family doesn't mean that the nuclear family doesn't have value.
I mean, the major problem is this, right? And it's the unsaid thing outside of, let's say, right-wing traditional circles, which is like, how can you model motherhood without a mother? How can you model fatherhood without a father? Right? And you can approximate something, right? Within let's say two lesbian mothers or a couple raising a child. Yes, one can approximate a male model while one approximates a mother model, but it's not. No. It's nowhere near the same.
An approximation is not the actual thing.
It's the same thing, and it's the same thing they do with gender. The exceptions don't prove the rule, right? Like, okay, like, yes, obviously there's going to be variance in the way that, and nothing is ideal. We strive for the ideal, and we should. And yeah, go ahead, somebody.
Well, going back to the beginning of our, Dave Smith, friend or fed, I don't think I'm telling tales too out of school.
what were we talking about?
Dave Smith. I see. This is why
That's what helped in your form.
this is that professional thing I was talking about before. I'm going to bring it all back. No, but like part of it.
This is LB's part of LB's audition tape for Kennedy Live.
Bringing it back.
But part of his act is talking precisely of the role, like what committed monogamous men can do for society. And how they're really and that's something that I've witnessed just firsthand paying attention to these conversations, is how much of that is the uncommitted man who has no responsibility, and how dangerous that person can be, both for and the woman, the female counterpart as well to that. Whereas like the man who's committed to a single woman, he doesn't really care what other women think about him. Whereas like somebody like, me as a single guy is like, I'm still out there, right? And it's kind of tough to actually take a stand on things when you're trying to impress somebody or trying to convince somebody that you're like a good mate because you want to seem deferential. Whereas like the second order effect, there's like the first order effect, which is how that like creates your initial relationship. And the second order effect is then how that shapes your community as a result. Mm-hmm. And so I think again I think this is the idea of like the fact that they've thrown fatherhood out the window is obviously a problem. Right. The idea that you can approximate that, we see this with like single motherhood, where we basically have the state approximating, right. The incentive structure of the welfare system is to have the state approximate the role of the father figure by providing the basic economic wants and, bringing home the bacon, as it were. But to the point is, you need that. That's where it is. There is that like, there's that real masculine energy, which is like, okay, we're going to all talk for a bit, and then I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, and then we're going to do what's going to happen, and then we're all going to have a nice time. Right? Respect your mother. That's because that's my wife. You don't get to speak to her that way. Doesn't matter how justified you are as a child in your own mind, you don't get to speak to her that way. The true masculine nature in that respect of, and if you want to, with the masculine archetype correlating with the order archetype, is the imposition of structure by its nature.
I can't possibly agree with that more. I've had literally gone through that exact conversation with the kids when I'm dealing with a divorce situation where the disrespect was coming from the ex and was training, two different models. And one was training the children that the mom is the enemy. And I had to stand in the middle there and be like, no, you don't. Like, I have to get out of the car and walk if that's how you're going to talk.
Yeah,
like this is not ever going to happen. And also, other times where there was drama, and there's like, well, I want to talk to you, but I don't want this person there. I don't want to say no. That doesn't happen. Sorry.
The disillusion of the family and the undermining of proper parental gender roles and all that sort of thing is not just something that's happened in a vacuum either. It's a very predictable outcome of individualist thought. When you treat human beings as atomized individuals, actually, you know what? There was a thing that I don't know if I can read it. Actually, there was a thing that was shared recently that addressed this, but I don't have permission to share it, so I won't for now. But basically, human beings have not always existed with a self-perception of atomized individualism. There is a lot for a very long time, up until relatively recently, honestly, you were born into a family and a community, and you had a name that you lived up to. And there was an expectation that your parents and your grandparents and your great-grandparents and your ancestors had laid a foundation. They'd built and created a legacy, and that you, by sharing their name, had an obligation to live up to that legacy, to fulfill the to live up to the name that you'd been given. Mm-hmm. And so there was a built-in innate sense of meaning and purpose.
Yeah.
And this went part and parcel with the church and community and a society was an organic outpouring of that. And it's the rise of liberal individualism and the notion of having to free the enslaved individual, being freed from the oppression of society, which forms the foundation of libertarian thought. That's also formed the foundation of the destruction of the very ties that actually hold a society together. So libertarianism is part and parcel with the destruction of order, with the destruction of the foundations of society. That libertarians see themselves as outsiders looking back in on a system and critiquing it. And libertarianism itself is like the most distilled essence of that very system. The problem that libertarians have with the system is that it's not individualist and atomized enough. So,
Well,
go ahead.
Because me and Jay have this sort of debate back and forth, because I still think there's a value to individualism if it's seen in the right context. Like I'm very individualistic when it comes to responsibility. Like if I fuck up, it's on me. I don't blame my parents. I don't blame my culture. I don't blame, like, this is like, if you look at, I know it's a faux pas, but if you look at, Black culture in America, there's always that sort of outsourcing of responsibility. The blame is always something else. It's something structural. It's something other than like, oh, you didn't get up and fucking work out and go to work and bust your ass, right? Like, so I think there is a value to individualism if it's seen in the right perspective.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't put that as part of individualism. I would put that, because I think individualism and collectivism it's a false dichotomy. The two are
right. They're divided. They're different, but you got to separate what's the appropriate place for individualism and what's the appropriate place for community. And I hate
Mark, you and I are very much in line with this, and I think there's still a place. Matt and I have gone back and forth on it a number of times. Yeah,
because I think what you're implying there, what you're talking about there, is an obligation, that you have an obligation to care for yourself, to live, to fulfill the responsibilities that are inherent in you as a person. And that obligation presumes something more than just the individual. So I think individualism has, there may be a word concept fallacy thing going on here.
Yeah, we could be getting lost in jargon.
Like individualism is a very specific, is like an actual body of ideas. And I don't deny that individual humans exist and that you have to take responsibility for yourself as a person, but I think that's a different thing than individualism as a philosophy or as a set of presuppositions.
Yeah, when you maximize individualism is the problem. Is where the problem comes in.
It has to be appropriate.
The problem is at the core of itself, right? Is that okay? Let's examine the idea of an individual, right? An individual be fully comprised of oneself, right? Self-ownership. You self-generate your own ideas and your own self throughout your life, right? You might go through a process of modeling this is what existentialism is based on, right? That the person goes to a point where they go through solitude, go through suffering, go through a point of self-examination, and come through as a self-identified individual, right? A self-actualized self. All that is bullshit, because what's underlying you, and this is the thing that you cannot separate from you, is that from your birth, from the moment you're born, you begin to model your parents, right? Your parents are your world. To your first few years on this life, before you encounter other human beings, whatever that time period is, the only thing that exists is your parents or your caregivers. Let's put that, siblings. Whatever, right? Caregiving, like a family unit, right? People who are around you all the time, 24/7, generally speaking. That's your world. That informs you on a let's say a intellectually biological level, right? It's not biological, it's intrinsic, it's a social level.
Yeah, culture is biological in a sense.
Well, sure, but I mean it's also metamorphic. It's like it can change. It's not a biological, we would say, would stay standard throughout time, whereas culture can change within a generation, right? So fundamentally, you are not you. You're a representative of what has formed you. Now, there are characteristics of you. You can grow into characteristics of you. There's certainly a uniqueness of you. The self comes through. Selfhood is a thing that certainly almost didn't exist before Christ and now exists after Christ, right? The idea of a being having a soul, ensoulment, is essentially a Christian idea. Before that, it doesn't really exist, right? You are what you are. But before I go on that rabbit hole, it's like, to claim that you're you is a false claim. You're not you. You're a representation of everything that has brought you to you. And then there's some unique little foibles about you that's interesting, that's novel. I guess that's
the concept of
so
you
you're both
presumes the others.
Yes. Well, but that's so this is what I've said more recently is like collectivism is about maximizing the collective over the individual. Okay, this is what I used to say when I was like full on libertarian. It's like, okay, the question of individualism and collectivism is a political question, and it's a matter of prioritization. Do you prioritize the collective before the individual, or do you prioritize the individual before the collective? If you start to prioritize the individual before the collective, a lot of times you end up with a pretty good, you end up with a pretty decent outcome because you're trying to respect the most amount of people, blah, 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 blah. But both presume is the whole or the tri, or, I kind of, you can resolve individualism and collectivism into tribalism. What we deal with today is the mistake of people who don't understand the intellectual history, right? So they don't understand what Hegelian collectivism really is, right? Or this idea that we are only the whole, or that's Marx's concept. You are only your class, your identity class, or and I wouldn't even put this in a Misesian sense because Mises recognizes this, but the more modern pop libertarianism that we see represented in certain figures on Twitter and elsewhere, where it's all about, where it is the atomized individual, the atomized individualistic claim. You see, so it's actually, it's just it's like two maximizations of it's two parts of a whole picture, and basically people are deciding to focus on one, so then other people decided to focus on the other. And given that ours is an age of fusion, not fission, we are trying to put those pieces back together to understand what the whole part is. That whole part, ladies and gentlemen, is of course the Trinity.
Mm-hmm.
Which goes
Trinity,
precisely to what Jason
where
was just referring to, namely the two parents having one child and you being a reflection of those who came before you. By the way, go check out mine and Andrew's series on They Have Uncrowned Him, where we're exploring this detail.
Great series.
These ideas in depth. Yeah,
the Trinity I love that you brought it to that, because that's where the one and the many become irreducible.
Well,
the one and the many exist simultaneously.
Precisely. And you see, and like, so if you have two lines, if you even just think of it in geometric sense, if you have two lines, well, if those two lines intersect, I can infer a third line. I automatically create a triangle. I create a trinity in that respect. And a triangle is always going to be a shape whose angles add up to 180 degrees. So this is like a truism that we find repeated throughout nature, throughout our natural world. And so anything that attempts to undermine this is the argument is that, and that's where this is also where we can derive sovereignty as well, because the sovereignty is, this was something that Andrew said that's like had my mind going a lot lately, but sovereignty is in the relationship. So because we, and this is so you might in a like early philosophy class, or really a philosophy club, you might have somebody you might have somebody in a philosophy club, who wants.
We're going on
to,
4 hours here.
You might have somebody in a philosophy club who says, well, what about a person who grows up in the woods, right? There's always like, okay, what about these extreme exceptions?
Yeah.
Those extreme exceptions mean nothing because we only have language because we're social creatures. Right. So it's like, oh, well, what is language? Well, language is like how we try to communicate ideas to each other. And you can break it down further or have different interpretations, but that's kind of a basic structure of what language provides. If we weren't social creatures, if there wasn't always going to be a whole, a tribe, a collective, then we wouldn't have the sophisticated language that we do, which is, and you see this mirrored in animal species. So again, you can like, this is what I try to do is I try to pull from the religious, I try to pull from the philosophical, I pull from the scientific, and I'm trying to cohere these ideas because I think what is quote unquote true has to be emblematic of all of those things.
Have you looked into more like Pareto's stuff? I know because Jordan Peterson brought in Pareto's distribution. Which everyone knows about. But what Pareto really the bulk of his work is basically it's actually pre-mimetic, because he talks about how human beings are, the default status of human beings is irrationality. You know, we always apply this rationale. We think that that the logos is something that we can attain. It's not, especially when you bring it to religious terms. That's what about orthodoxy as well, is that the logos is there's a doorway in our head that we can access it. It doesn't define us, though. We can't possess it. We're not possessive of it. We have access to it. And when you look through Pareto's ideas, it's kind of the idea. It's kind of the reverse engineering of that, whereas like he's looking at going, well, look, human beings are generally speaking unreasonable human beings. So we're not logical. We can apply logic and reason to things, but we don't start from there. And any assertions against that are just false. Like we can go throughout history where we can go, well, why the Roman Empire was the most logical system possible during their reign. Like there was nothing illogical about their system, but yet they still fell. Why do they fall? Like why are predictable? Why are these systems predictable to a certain extent? Is because there's an irrationality incumbent in our system. Like it's just kind of who we are, and I guess the strength of any system going forward is to embrace it rather than to reject it, to accept it rather than to simply exclude it. Go, no, we're all reasonable and rational all the time. It's like, no, you're not. Like this, it's just not true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think well, the ancients understood that, right? That's why the Greek gods, I don't know if my video's working. You guys are frozen on my end, but the Greeks thought that when you were overcome with emotion, that was the gods playing with you. That's the idea of Cupid's arrow. So the ancients understood this very well, and that's that's something that I've always thought about.
Yeah, well, I mean, it reminds me of an analogy I heard years ago, but basically that how you're a drop in the ocean. Right? And the ocean is an entity, and a drop is an entity. And even though you are an individual item, you are part of a greater whole, and the two things coexist. And whether you want to say that there's a Rousseauian dichotomy there, they're both true, and you have to take into consideration the fact that both aspects mean something, and they're not contradictory. They're part of a greater whole, and you're part of a greater whole, and you are yourself, but you are your community, you are your family, and you need to it's about having the right balance. And if you go too far, whatever you could call it, left or right or whatever, but if you go too far in one way, where you're completely an atomized individual, you're fucking up. And if you're and that's the flaw, and I guess the inherent flaw in libertarianism, taken to the extreme where it becomes invalid. And then on the other side, you have communism, where you are only the community, and neither one is true. You're both, and you need to balance them appropriately.
Here's some food for thought, right? Is that the human order creates a left-right dichotomy, where the natural order is really top down or up and down, right? The natural order doesn't go left to right; it's up and down.
Yeah, no, children, wife, man, Christ. Right.
Yeah, that's
neatly hierarchical.
Yeah, you're extending or descending. That's it. Like, it's weird that we've now moved into this. I think LB, you were talking about this, like the change between liberal, conservative to right and left. I feel like we're almost zooming out to get back to a truth. It's like we're distorting reality to a point where reality will reassert itself and become dominant again.
Well, you can think of it in terms of heuristics, right? Like, what's a heuristic? But a heuristic is like a really complicated thing that we simplify into something that we simplify. And when you build a heuristic on top of heuristic, you can actually get to some pretty sophisticated answers to things. And so as society degrades, or as there are degrading forces within society, you necessarily are going to have a lower resolution image, but in turn, you actually, in many respects, discover something that's more profound, right? And that's again where I think you see that's this whole post-libertarian moment business is kind of precisely that, is that we're seeing how people fundamentally view the world differently. Can you guys see me moving, by the way? Because for some reason it's still frozen on my end.
You're moving to me.
Okay,
open
cool.
a new tab, and then close it again, or just navigate to a new tab and then come back. It's done that for me before, and just going to a new tab and coming back fixed it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a StreamYard thing.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's like weird. I can actually see you guys moving in the little clip, but not in the not on my screen proper. That's weird.
On a recent episode of Lord of Spirits, they talked about the concept of a soul and the difference between a soul in the way people 2,000, 3,000 years ago would have thought of a soul and the way we think of it today. And we today, a soul to us is primarily, it's not even something that a living thing has. It's something that a person has. We don't really think of things other than people having souls. But a soul is something that, like at the time that the Bible was written, people then would have considered everything would have a soul. And then each thing would, the nature of the soul would be different. So like inanimate objects would still have a soul. And then animals would also have a soul, and they would have like a soul plus consciousness. And then humans have a soul plus consciousness plus a nous. And the nous would be the thing that would set which is like the mind of the soul, kind of. So it's like a self-conscious soul.
Like I think a better term for the old version is an essence.
Sort of, because essence also has some philosophical baggage as well.
Energies and essences.
Andrew's gonna pop in here all the time.
I'm not engaged in that one.
But
he's going to hack the system.
What they pointed out is that we tend to stop that at the level of the individual person, but a soul exists beyond the level of the individual. Groups of people have souls as well. And you can even sense this in some of the language that we use today, just kind of colloquially. We'll talk about like the vibe that a group of people has. That vibe is a soul. A group of people, a family has a soul. A community has a soul. Yeah, an egregore kind of gets at the same concept, that souls exist at the individual level and at a level of a collection of people as well. So you're not just your own self, you're also a fraction of a larger self in a sense. And that you exist as both of those things simultaneously. You can't prioritize one over the other because they both presume the other.
Yeah, it's almost like a personal trinity of sorts. Like
You're
multiple. You're a multiplicity. You're not.
It's a reflection of the Trinity. Yeah.
I touched on this with Jonathan Hemingway, who was on here in the first part, in our talk about commodification of happiness. Because he works with basketball, not baseball. See, did you see, John?
You did, Jay. You got it right.
Fuck you, John. I got it right. I got my job.
It took 4.5 hours.
You prick.
Oh, Jesus Christ. We're 4.5 in. We're going for a record here.
Oh, fuck it. We'll hit.
You're not going to beat mine. You're not going to beat my record.
I don't know if I want to.
What's your record?
12 hours.
12.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Said with all deference.
But the commodification of human happiness, I think, is an underlying evil. It's a fractal error that creates an evil, right? That's not evil on its face, but it creates an evil because it's in that pursuit of happiness. Happiness is an emotion. It's a response to something, and as we pursue it, as we model it, the natural tendency is to commodify it, right? To make a business model out of happiness. But there's nothing there. There's no depth to it. Like, what is happiness? Happiness is completely subjective. It's a relative emotion. It's a reaction to a stimuli, right? It's not something self-generated. It's not joy or sorrow. It's a kitsch level reaction to something. So when you start to commodify that, you start to see the breakdown of not just community but of the self. Like, then you become focused on being happy. Well, but what's happy? Like, is it buying the next yacht? Is it success? Is it getting the high score? Is it dating the pretty girl? Is it, what is that? Like,
Western culture was like solidified this idea that you have a right to pursuit of happiness, you have a right to life, you have a right to all these things, and they never actually define what it is, what is happiness. They just say you have a right to be happy. Go figure out what happiness is, and never hope you forget all these people have all these problems. Like, work hard, get a good job, you do this why you get happy, and they keep telling all these lies to people, and people either don't accomplish that and feel like a failure, or they do accomplish that and they're still not happy, and there's nowhere to go from there but down, nowhere to go but depression and suicide. And so it's a huge lie that's just affected my population. A lot is affected. My generation is affected a lot by this lie of happiness, lie of pursuit of happiness. I mean, what it is. I mean, everyone my age is depressed, and they have no idea why. They have no idea where to go, and it's just it's tragic and absolutely absurd.
Yeah, well, I think the best explanation or example of happiness is the ecclesiastical. When Solomon was talking about the ants, and there's nothing. It's setting a goal and achieving it, whatever that is. Yeah. And it's really that's. So it can take physical form. If, you say, okay, I want this car or whatever that thing is. There's a journey involved. And it's about
better words for that.
So you know what I mean? Like, it's not the car that makes you happy. It's not the whatever.
It's a sense of accomplishment and completing a
goal. Exactly. It's I achieved this.
It's a physical representation that you've actually achieved. You've achieved something.
Yeah.
It's
fulfillment. Pursuit of fulfillment would be a more accurate term for it.
Yeah.
But again, what is fulfillment? How are you fulfilled?
Well, like, I think if we're referring to the Declaration of Independence or the Bill of Rights or something, where they said the right to pursue happiness, I think in the phrasing, they're not saying that, they're not mentioning happiness as the goal. They're saying it's the ability to, pursuit is the noun there, not happiness. Yeah. It's that you have the right to work. That it's not going to be governed.
Then they saw the American dream as the right to pursue happiness and accomplish the American dream, and all these like corresponding societal pressures to be happy, because it's in the question. You have to pursue happiness, and those who are just like absent-mindedly or deliberately pursuing things that they think are total make them happy, not have no meaning, no effect on their mental state.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying they can even get rid of the word happiness, just the right to pursue.
Yeah, that would make more sense.
The right to work.
I want to answer the question that was asked here by Yaeli. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yaeli
says, Matt, it sounds like you're equating a soul with collective energy. Can you elaborate? So a soul itself wouldn't be collective energy. A soul is it's akin to what Mark said, like the essence, kind of. It's the a soul of a thing is, I guess, essence is probably the closest word that
we don't have enough words
English for it. Yeah,
the English language sucks.
Well, I don't want to get into that argument, but you're wrong.
That's it. That's the end.
Okay, yeah. I'm not getting that one.
The problem with it is that English is a language that's still being updated.
Yes.
So it hasn't. So words have so many different connotations in a way that old languages, or languages that have been around longer than English, it's like the individual connotations of a word have kind of settled into place, and they're not still in flux. So it's easier to ensure that your mouth sounds and mind pictures line up, and English doesn't quite have that. But what it is that
English is a language where you have to use a paragraph.
Yeah. Yes. So a soul is the soul. We just think of the soul of a person. Like we think of when we talk about a person's soul, it's like the It's the thing that makes them them. It's their themness. And then a group of people has a soul in the same way that a person has a soul. So you could think of it as collective energy, perhaps. I don't necessarily want to say that because I don't know that we have the same mind pictures when we say collective energy, but a group of people is an entity in the same way that a single person is an entity. And you can feel this, you can sense this, and this is kind of where the energy thing sort of comes in. You know that when you are in, let's say you're hanging out with a specific group of 4 friends, just to pick a random number, you guys are going to have a personality as a group that if you took one person out of that group or swapped that person with a different person, that group is going to have a different personality than the original group. And it's well documented even in secular, in a secular sense, that
it's a quantum relationship.
Right. Yes. Yeah. So in a secular sense, like a group of 10 people, just in general, just if you aggregate the behavior of groups of 10s, of groups of 10, and then you compare that to the behavior of aggregated groups of 100, the groups of 10 will have a set of characteristics that the groups of 100 don't. And we even have this kind of in our common parlance where we say things like a mob mentality. We know that a mob of people behaves differently than the aggregation of the behaviors of every person in that mob. Once a person becomes part of a larger body, they change. It changes who they are and the way they act.
Well, that's why I find that water is the best metaphor, because you can have a drop, a cup, a river, a stream, and an ocean. Then they can share the same essence, but they are different bodies. And even the linguistics lines up. Mike Corbell just commented, Scripture defines happiness as different than joy, and that's absolutely right. Joy, happiness is as far as I understand it, happiness is like a temporary reaction, whereas joy is something generated from within you. You know, it's a perspective.
Well, I would also look at for synonyms, right? So like happiness and sadness, I would say, are surface level kitsch level emotions, where you have joy and sorrow, which have meaning. Right? You don't your sorrow.
Yeah, they're not a temporary reaction. They're a state of being.
They're linked. They're linked to an event that you can call back to. You know, great sorrow comes from let's say an interconnectedness to humanity, right? So it's the same thing as joy. You the only way to experience joy is to understand that there is joy with other people. Like it's almost universal. Happiness is personal, whereas joy is universal, right?
Well, yeah, and you almost never feel joyful when it's just something you did.
Right.
It's almost always you feel joy when it's something that either we did or somebody, like you feel joy when somebody in your family has a child, or when you have, or if you and your wife have a child. So it's that's not that's
it's
something
shared.
that a wedding, right, is a sense of joy. It has that shared aspect to it.
Yeah, Caleb, you shared this. Do you want to talk us through it?
So this is a quote from an excerpt from Jacques Maritain book, The True Reformer. It's talking about Martin Luther. Some early in the conference talking about individual and stuff. And I remember this. He says, in the social order, the modern city sacrifices the person to the individual. It gives universal suffrage, equal rights, liberty of opinion to the individual, but delivers the person isolated, naked, with no social framework to support and protect it. To all the devouring powers which threaten the soul's life, to the pitiless actions and reactions of conflicting interests and appetites, to the infinite demands of matter, to manufacture the use, to all degrees of the ruins which every man has by nature. It adds incessant sensual stimuli and the countless hordes of all kinds of errors, sparkling and sharpened, to which it gives free calculation in the sky of intelligence. And it says, each of the poor children of man set in the midst of the turmoil. You are a free individual. Defend yourself, save yourself, all by yourself. It is a homicidal civilization.
Yeah, that was like reading the Glass Bead Game by Hess. I think I got to do it 30 more times.
He's very French, and his writing is it's good, but you have to read it a few times and go, okay, I think I know what you're saying here. But
I got a tenth of it.
Just that end bit I think is great. Like that's fire. You are a free individual. Defend yourself, save yourself, all by yourself.
That ties in almost perfectly with the thing that I mentioned earlier that I said I'd read, and I wasn't sure if I had permission to read it, and I got permission to read it. So I'll do it now. I'll just leave this unattributed for now. I don't know who actually read it, but he could speak for himself if he'd like to. So it says this: it used to be the case that people were very aware of where they came from and where they were going. Families stayed largely in the same location, were part of a persistent community over the generations, and what your forefathers did before you created a legacy of sorts that you were expected and encouraged to build on. This provided a sense of grounding and purpose. But nowadays, in the age of individualism, we regard ourselves not as a link in a long chain of heritage, but as a completely self-contained individual, a blip that just spawned out of nowhere, a completely blank slate. The genetic makeup of your forefathers you carry in you is considered but a product of evolutionary chance, and the same goes for the community and culture you were born into, all just chance. And so you are consequently encouraged to rid yourself of what little ties you have left to your history. Your parents are closed-minded fools. Your ancestors were backwards evildoers. Their religion but superstitious nonsense. Their ethics depraved. And their accomplishments in terms of wealth building and cultural heritage are nothing but disgusting monuments of exploitation to be torn down at every opportunity. Burn it all down. Is it any wonder that modern man ends up completely starved of any sense of identity, community, and purpose? I say starved because, make no mistake, we desperately need those things. We cannot live without them. And so what does modern man do? He makes up his own. For example, choose a gender or flavor of activism, feminism, veganism, SJW, from the plethora of options available to you, or come up with your own. This will be your identity. Join the LGBTQ plus political party or SJW club of your choosing. This will be your community. Rally together to fight all the social injustice enacted by the big and powerful institutions in your society against the poor and downtrodden like you. This will be your purpose. That is modernity for you. In our never-ending quest for freedom, we end up liberating ourselves of everything that actually mattered, to be left with absolutely nothing. Our families are broken. We live and work in ugly as sin practical buildings that we built to last no more than a couple of decades. We have no idea who we are. We don't talk to our neighbors. Our relationships are flaky and fleeting. Our community is a never-ending coming and going of transients. And our purpose is basically to find enough entertainment to distract ourselves from our crippling depression so as not to spiral into an existential crisis. We're very free, though. Free like a raft. I'll just say that one more time. We're very free, though.
Sorry.
Free like a raft lost at sea. Modernity was a mistake.
Who was this?
It's unattributed for now.
Wow.
That is awesome. That's fire.
That last line hit me hard. Free like a raft lost at sea.
That's good.
That reminds me, because sometimes I think about it. I try to put myself in the mental sphere of someone living in feudal Europe. You know, growing up in the town. Say their dad's a blacksmith, and okay, even the idea of ever leaving that town doesn't cross their mind. Like this is the house that your dad got from his dad, got from his dad, got from his dad, and there's no concept of what we live in completely of this. Oh, the world is yours to explore and everything's open and you can go do whatever. And so, and I try to put myself in that mindset. I go, what motivates them? Because they had to enjoy life, right? They woke up, went to work, had kids, did their thing, but what was their perspective on life if it wasn't a personal ambition? What were their ambitions? And I don't know.
What motivates us? That's a big question. It's not what motivates
the
them.
same thing, right? Yeah.
It's what the fuck gets us up in the morning. Like, if you think about it, like, well, no, but it's beyond the paycheck. So
I want to get a Porsche. Bring it
no.
back to cars.
There is that. I get looked down upon quite a bit, even my own family, for the job I'm doing right now, which is like I'm the assistant groundskeeper, not even the real the chief groundskeeper. I'm the assistant groundskeeper at my wife's work, which is a nature's daycare. And I love it. I love it because people leave me alone. I don't talk to people. I go and do a work. I finish the work. It's there. I go, see, there's a compost bins. I built that. There we go. I go on my day, right? And I feel like people have a very hard time understanding the worth or significance I get from that. And maybe I'm bad at articulating it. But my whole thing is that I spent 25 years in the restaurant industry, managing places, in some cases $3 to $30 million restaurants, and I hated it, and it led me to near destruction. Like it was, and I'm sure a lot of people who would look at me and go, "Well, that's your quality. That's what you're good at. Like you're very very good at that." And it's like, yes, I am. I'm very very good at that, and it almost killed me, like literally almost killed me. So, and now I'm a groundskeeper at a much lower level. I'm about 2 degrees above a dishwasher, really, and really liking my life.
Yeah.
Not just liking it, I love it. It affords me every opportunity to be in solitude and to encounter God. Like that's what my day is. I'm encountering God every day and making inroads in my process, which is beyond my job, because what I realize is that who gives a shit? Like what is my contribution going to be to this world? My sales figure, like I had those great years where I up sales by 30%. Okay.
Yeah. No, it reminds me of an example I heard. I don't know where I heard it, but it was talking about the story when you go to heaven and you get to the pearly gates and God judges you, the day of judgment. And the example was that it's not like Jesus or St. Paul or whatever you believe standing there criticizing you for what you've done. What it actually is a review of every interaction you've had in your life, and it's every person you ever met. And their thing is, did you improve or tarnish their experience? Were you a positive or a negative addition to their day or influence in their lives? And you're judged by every interaction with every person you ever had through your life. And so whether that's true or not, I don't care, but I like the perspective that it gave me on life, where it's like, okay, like not just my kids, but my wife, my parents, my siblings, and my community. Every action, every day, every interaction is, am I making it a positive one? It's like the Bob Dylan's, you got to serve somebody. You're going one way or the other, and you're either, there is kind of no neutral. And we're seeing this now in society as a whole. Like you're either going the right direction or the wrong direction, and every interaction is an opportunity to either be someone who brightens the days of the people around you and instills them with something of virtue, or the opposite. And that's really maybe that's it. Maybe that's the point. Because I'll say my stupid crap, like I want a car or whatever, but I know that doesn't matter, because I've lived in many different stages in my life. I've worked with Jason. I worked in restaurants for a long time. I've been broke and I've been wealthy. And when you look back, it doesn't matter. Those things don't affect you one way or the other. What affects you is there stress in your relationships.
Which is interesting. I'll kick that over to you, Matt, because the Jason Stapleton wealth, power, influence, stop being poor. All these things have value in and of themselves. Obviously, you're generating defensive wealth for your family. But have you changed your position on that? Because I think the Stapleton message, and not to get into Stapleton Friend or Fred, which we could do if you want, but fuck it.
Let's go for broke. We're 5 hours in.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Friend or Fed?
That's where we're. Hey, LB, don't do spoilers. That's the end of the season.
Sorry, that's the season finale. My bad.
Waiting for the Pope one.
We already know. We already. I don't do the answers, man.
I know.
The obvious ones I'm not interested in. What was I saying? So what do you have you changed your stance? I'm not because your relationship with Jason has changed, but like, have you changed your stance on those fundamentals, or are they still
on what fundamentals do you mean necessarily?
Well, wealth, power, and influence being actually, let's say, useful motivators in society? Is there, I mean, between that and now you've adopted and found orthodoxy, which, you know, I don't know if you could say that orthodoxy is against those things, but it certainly has a position above those things. It's not about wealth, power, and influence. It's about other principles.
My application of the wealth, power, and influence message was always a little different than Jason's, and we had that out multiple times on the show together, and then I elaborated on it in King Pilled as well. That is there's kind of a two-pronged nature to the message. The first part is that is like a descriptive part, where there's a descriptive part and then the prescriptive part. The descriptive part is that wealth, power, and influence are the things that turn the world. That if you're operating in a business or political realm, you can't ignore wealth, power, and influence. Those are the things that move the needle. So from a political, economic standpoint, if your goal is to move the needle, change the culture, overthrow the existing order, whatever your stated goal is, you're going to need wealth, power, and influence to do that. Even just look at a political party by itself. If you get a group of people that they decide, say there's 5 of us here right now, say hypothetically we were like, you know what, we want to enact some kind of a major policy change. The first thing that we're going to need to do once we get our platform together is we're going to need to go look for somebody to fund it for us, if we don't have the money to fund it for ourselves. And this is where every political movement winds up becoming captured by people with money. That's just a fact of reality. The people with money are the ones who drive the bus. You talked earlier about the manager-owner distinction. Ultimately, the owners are the ones who have the money. So they're the ones who get to decide when you turn the lights on and off. It doesn't matter what the manager wants. Ultimately, the owner is going to be the one who has the say-so. So that's the descriptive part of the wealth, power, and influence message. The prescriptive part of it is directed at people who talk about wanting liberty, who want freedom, who want to complain about being oppressed, who want to complain about that they can't do this thing or that thing, or that there's people who are getting locked up, or there's babies being bombed in Yemen. You know, whatever your the topic du jour is. If you want to actually make a difference tangibly, practically on that front, then you could dedicate your time to railing against it, or you could dedicate your time to accumulating wealth, power, and influence, and then actually changing it. So if you were serious about wanting there to no longer be babies being bombed in Yemen, you wouldn't be going on a podcast and complaining about it. If you were actually serious about it. If you want to have a political hobby horse that makes you feel good and makes you feel like you're making a difference without leaving your house, then you'll go complain about it on a podcast. But if you actually want to make the difference, then you're going to go do something that's going to reduce to accumulating wealth, power, and influence to actually make that difference. And my opinion on that hasn't changed. I don't think that I understand why someone might see orthodoxy and the wealth, power, and influence message in competition with each other. And I would say that
I feel personally attacked, by the way, but it's fine. Go on.
I would say that Jason's application of wealth, power, and influence probably wouldn't be as compatible with orthodoxy. But there is, even within the orthodox frame, not everyone is called to be a monastic. There are plenty of saints who were kings, who were rulers, who had positions of wealth and power and influence. Wealth, power, and influence are inevitabilities within human societies. It's going to be on a relative scale. It doesn't matter. You could be in the poorest society of 100 people, and within that poor little society of 100 people, there's going to be people who relatively have more wealth, power, and influence than the rest, and they're the ones
Well,
who move the needle for everybody else.
I think this is a good point for you to transition to something that I think you've already talked about in the King Pill Discord, which, by the way, anyone who's made it this far should subscribe to the King Pill Discord. Go to Matt's subscribe. I'll put links in the description below when I do these edits. But one thing you touched on recently in one of our talks there is obeying your hierarchy, but hierarchy being segmental, like don't, so that you need to understand. I'm just going to put this in general terms, and you can redefine this as you need to. But to quote mine you is basically say that, don't worry about what the Pope's doing, worry about what you're doing in your community. And if the Pope's wrong, then whatever you're aligning yourself to in your own community will eventually trickle up to the level of the Pope, not the other way around. So that even I think that, so I guess that's why I asked you the question originally, because I think that undermines the idea of I shouldn't say undermine, but whatever. We're 6 hours in. You get
yeah.
Well, if I can jump in, like, I see it as equal parts of the whole. It goes back to the same thing of individualism versus collectivism. It's like the argument of people, to me, when I hear that, like, oh, does wealth, power, and influence matter, or does things of a more existential bent, which one takes priority? It's like, that's like being asked, like, oh, should I eat or drink? Like, well, you got to do both. They're both important. They're equally important, and you gotta have a well-rounded perspective on all of them. And it shouldn't even be a debate. It's like yes, and yes. They're both really important.
Right. To what Jason was saying, the conversation we'd had was, I was kind of riffing on this idea, and I sort of talked it out in real time, that the nature of hierarchy and a Christian's proper role within a hierarchy. And I think this is really the application of Romans 13, where Paul tells people to be obedient to the rulers, to submit yourself to them. And it's that the role of a Christian is not to play the role of revolutionary and trying to subvert existing authorities, because God is at the top of the hierarchy, because every hierarchy that exists, how do I want to say that more properly? Hierarchy is the natural state of nature. Hierarchy is the natural state of mankind. There's always going to be hierarchies. And my beloved wife. And
Eastwood's never going to graduate.
Poor Eastwood. So the role of a Christian is not to try to remaster the entire hierarchy. Your job is not to go, to use the example of the Pope, say, well, the Pope is wrong because of this, this, and this, and so the Pope needs to do this, this, and this. My job is not to be in the position of authority over the Pope, by definition, because the Pope is in a position of authority over me.
Yeah.
Authority is a layer of hierarchies. Authority is a layer of hierarchies, and each of those hierarchies exists in a fractal relationship with a larger and a smaller group of hierarchies. Your responsibility is to be true and dutiful to your place in the hierarchy. If you do that, you will naturally begin to ascend the hierarchy. And at each level of the hierarchy, the person at that layer, their responsibility is to be true to the responsibilities that are according to that layer in the hierarchy. So my job, using the Christian priesthood structure, my job as a layperson is to be responsive to my spiritual authorities. I have a specific set of duties. I have a responsibility to my family. I have a responsibility to my community, but I need to take care of my responsibility to my family before I take care of my responsibility to my community. And then within the church, I have a responsibility to the clergy above me. The clergy above me have a responsibility to the bishop above them, and so on, all the way up to the top of the hierarchy. If part of the hierarchy is malfunctioning or someone is not fulfilling their responsibility, then a Christian's responsibility is not to go try to do their job for them or to try to upset the hierarchy, to try to remove them and put the right person into position. There are people whose responsibility within the hierarchy is replacing irresponsible leaders above them. And there's a built-in structure for that to happen. But if one person deviates from their responsibility within the hierarchy, and as a response, multiple other people also deviate from their responsibilities within the hierarchy, you've just made the hierarchy even worse. So now on a fractal level, zooming all the way out, the entire thing is going to start getting off kilter. So if someone is not being true to their responsibility within the hierarchy, and I understand I'm being abstract here, but just roll with it. If someone's not being true to their responsibility within the hierarchy, that's not your responsibility unless your responsibility within the hierarchy is to correct the person who is not being true to their responsibility within the hierarchy. Your job is to keep being true to your own responsibilities. And this is where humility and submission to authority are virtues. You have to recognize the problems you can solve and the problems that you can't. So my job is not to fix the Pope. My job is not to fix my priest. My job is not to fix my bishop, the bishop above my priest. Those are responsibilities for people who are at a level of the hierarchy above me. For those people, that's part of their responsibility, is to address the problems of people absconding from their responsibilities. So responsibility and hierarchy and authority, all of these things are baked in parts of a human society. And part of the liberal individualist frame, the egalitarian delusion, as LB said, is that everyone thinks that it's my job to fix everybody else. Everyone thinks that it's my responsibility to fix everyone else's spot in the hierarchy. But all this means is that everybody is abandoning their responsibility in the hierarchy. Some people are abandoning it to begin with, and then other people are abandoning their responsibilities to fix them, and so on. One of the clearest examples of this is women and men. So men stopped being men, so women started trying to be men to make up for the fact that men weren't being men. And so then men start trying to be women because the women aren't there to be the women. And so now you have women being men and men being women. And neither one is appropriate.
It's all disordered.
To fix it, you have to go back to being men have to be men and women have to be women. There, and I'll get your YouTube channel deleted.
Yeah, do it. Okay, guys, I gotta tap out. I got clients texting me. I gotta get to work. Matt, Caleb, this is amazing. Thanks for jumping on. LB, I don't know what your actual name is, but
LB.
Jason knows for me.
Just LB.
Just LB.
LB.
I go by LB. at the
Amazing.
office.
Hopefully, you guys will be here for the next one. We still haven't picked a target.
What was the conclusion anyway? I jumped in late. What was the
friend.
conclusion?
I have
Friend?
no
Okay.
idea.
friend, but he's starting to look a lot Fed-like, and if he keeps listening to Michael Heiss, he's going to end up a Fed.
Oh, I thought.
So
I guess.
we
I
gotta
guess
keep
Scott
in
Hohen
check.
has a warm tail. Warm
I
tail.
don't know.
I
Michael
was-
Heiss
I
was
was-
Wormtail.
Yeah.
I was the only one. I was the only one who had the balls to just say "fed" across the board. So
Well, we had to save that. We had to save that distinction for you, obviously.
well,
You can have that
'cause
one. You would
It
think
wouldn't be
hate
as
all women
special for
since-
you if the rest of us didn't save it for you.
it's kind of it is true, and also I'm just contrarian at the heart of everything. Like
Yes.
Well,
I-
we've kind of spoiled it for you, Caleb. But what would your call have been before you heard everyone else's?
Exactly what LB said. Friend who is looking more like a Fed because he's wasting people's money and time on the LP. Like I would have agreed.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me on, guys. Thanks for letting me jump in here.
Thanks for
Absolute
sending me an invite like 11
Oh.
o'clock and let me hop in 4 hours later.
are we all tapping out?
I've got to run too. Yeah, I got some work I got to do.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I should actually go to bed. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. If anyone wants to do a shout out, tell us where you can follow you. You want to do that? Otherwise, I'm going to put all your links in the description below for everyone who jumped in.
Well, I'm private now on Twitter, so if you send me a follow request, I have to approve you, and no one listening to this is getting approved. So I'm not approving anybody. I'm done. I've hit my follow count. I'm done. I don't want any more people. You're all dumb. I'm done.
Real king pilled. Follow me on Twitter.
Go to beenawake.com, subscribe with your email address. You can find me on all social media at the LB Muniz.
And probably on Fox News in a very short time.
I don't think I'll
know-
ever get on Fox News, but that's okay.
I know this is your audition tape, LB. We all know this. It's like don't
You and
don't
Tucker. That's
fuck
my goal.
around.
That's the dream. You and Tucker. We're gonna make it happen,
Don't
LB.
fuck
Good
around.
boy.
That would be something.
That would be great.
And Mark, we're on a billboard near you. I know. But thanks, folks. We'll talk to you guys again soon. Thanks for everyone for coming out.
Awesome.